Good evening, everyone. It's 5:30, and I will call this work session of the Burnsville City Council to order. And it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to this work session. Everyone is welcome to be with us in person, but if you choose to watch this meeting, you can do so at burnsvillemn.gov/meetings or Comcast channel 16 or 859. Our citizens can also participate through Zoom by joining us at zoom.us/join, and more information is available on our meeting's webpage and in a council agenda packet. And as usual, at a work session, we go directly to the items that's on the agenda, and that's how this is going to be this evening. And so that you know who's sitting around this table, I'm going to go around and have each member of our staff introduce themselves so you know who's at the table. All of us are humans. All of us are here asking for mutual respect for our process tonight. So you need to know who's at the table. So I'm Elizabeth Couts. I'm the mayor of the city of Burnsville.
I'm Jenny Rohde, Deputy City Manager and CFO.
I'm Jared Shepard. I'm the city attorney.
Kara Schultz, City Council.
Dan Keeley, City Council.
Travis Bistadu, Deputy Community Development Director.
Mark Ray, Public Works Director.
Daryl Jacobson, Natural Resource Manager.
Garrett Beck, Parks, Rec, and Facilities Director.
Bethany Burr, Strategic Initiatives.
Tanya Schwartz, Police Chief.
Vince Workman, City Council.
Dan Gustafson, City Council.
Erica Henderson, Deputy City Clerk.
So, thank you, everyone. And there's one thing that hangs in this room, and it's our values. And tonight, I ask that we all exercise civility and mutual respect as we go through this process. We have been working on this process for the pickleball courts for over 2 years. And our staff has met with both parts of the community for and those who are also for but also care about the environment. This evening, this is the time for our staff to give their report and for us to make a decision. We have been waiting for over 2 years to make this decision. So please allow us the grace to do that work. And trust us that we know how to read. We know how to listen to all of you. And we have. For months, we have listened to all of the public comments. We have received and consumed all of the emails and all of the reports that have been given to us, not only from our citizens, but also from our staff. So I thank you all for the grace to allow us to do our work. And so tonight, at this time, I will allow one person from the Alimagnet Lake Association to speak for 2 minutes, and one person from the pickleball community to speak for 2 minutes. And I am first, the first name that I have here is Don Grench. And if you can come to the table, please, and give us your address and your name for the record. And your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Dawn Grench from Burnsville Frontier Lane. Alimagnet, already packed full of amenities, is shared by 2 cities and thousands of residents who rely on daily use of Burnsville's second longest nature trail system there. The peaceful woods and habitat for rare species help make it Burnsville residents' #1 choice of 23 natural areas. I am part of a group who engaged a broad cross-section of residents from all over our community about the proposed pickleball complex at Alimagnet Park. We met them at Alimagnet Park, 2 churches, and in many neighborhoods. Some found us online. I am here to fulfill our promise to publicly present their opposition to the Alimagnet pickleball proposal at tonight's meeting. As of today, April 15th at 9 a.m., 908 local citizens signed the Say No to Pickleball at Alimagnet petition. Of these, 305 are Burnsville citizens and 118 are Apple Valley citizens. If pickleball comes to Alimagnet, many wildlife, residents, and visitors it serves will be pushed out. Please take these community members' concerns seriously. Please find an alternate location that will make both them and the pickleball players happy. Thank you. And if it's okay, I'd like to give you the petitions.
Yeah. If you give us the petition, our deputy city clerk will accept it, and it'll go into the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I have Peggy Sears from the pickleball community, so welcome. And your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay. As a community member who has attended meetings and dialogued with Garrett Beck, the park director, for 2 years, I was happy for my community in the fall when the city council voted to build 8 pickleball courts at Alimagnet. As Garrett Beck said then, this is the best location in Burnsville. I have watched new courts being built in Savage, Egan, Prior Lake, Lakeville, and Apple Valley. Because of the lack of courts in Burnsville, I have played pickleball in all of these communities. While I was there, I watched young families introduce the game to their children. I watched young people who were introduced to the game in their school PE classes play and have fun. As long as the courts are available in parks, pickleball is an activity for all ages. When pickleball access is only available at a private club or a community center where you have to pay to play, it becomes an elitist sport. I believe that's why our neighboring communities have invested in their community parks. I hope the City Council is thinking about what is best for the entire community when you vote. Your park department has put in over 2 years of study. It's time to move forward. I also hope the City Council directs the Natural Resources staff to work with the residents who have yards that adjoin the park and the lake to help them reduce or eliminate fertilizer and weed killers that impact the quality of the lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. And we appreciate your remarks and have received all of them, and we understand. So, with that, the first item then is the Alimagnet Pickleball Project. And presenting this evening is Garrett Beck, our Parks and Recreational and Facilities Director, and Daryl Jacobson, our Natural Resource Manager, and Todd Halunen, is that?
Close enough.
Excuse me?
Hallinan, yes. Thank you.
Okay, and Matt Cox. So, thank you. So if you'll come to the table, we appreciate that you're here this evening. And Garrett, you're going to start us out?
I am. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and community here with us today. We'll start off with a little background. In October of 2022, City Council ordered a project to construct a new pickleball court in Alimagnet. I know that there's been some discussion this evening about this being a several-year project, and that is due to the fact that in December of 2022, staff asked that City Council pause the new park investment projects while we conducted our update to our parks plan. So we worked to secure a partner with Kimley Horn and did some preliminary things to kind of kick the project off, but it didn't really get that far before we did pause it. It was only about a month in, and I'll talk about a couple community engagement things that we did and why we did it at that time. So while the project was paused, while we took care of the parks plan, and then in August of 2024, council asked that we bring that back to a future work session to discuss the future of it. And then on October 15th, 2024, at a work session, we were asked to work through picking up schematic design where we had left off and move the project through design and construction. So that evening, I remember talking about the very first thing we want to do, because this has been paused for a period of time, was to start out with restarting the community engagement and whatnot. So that's kind of what we did as our first step. Before we get into that, just a little bit about how we do our facility projects. We first understand what our goals and our needs are and a budget for that. And then we work through finding a partner if necessary to do schematic design. That's helpful to kind of have some preliminary ideas, because this is really in the stage where we want to start to further engage the community and start to get ideas on thoughts on a project, what they like, what they don't like, and it's helpful to have visuals and understanding of what that might look like. From there, a project would move into design development to really, often in schematic design, you have multiple options, as we did with this project, with larger parking lots, no parking lots, small parking lots, 6 courts, 8 courts, different things like that. You kind of, from the engagement and decision-making, you narrow it down to a single design and start to refine that. And then from there, you start to work through construction documents that have detailed plans that allow you to go out to bid. And then if bids come in well, it allows you to then go construct the project. So as I mentioned, we really kind of in December of 2022 just started to get some things going where we had our partner on board and we were starting to look at what that engagement process would look like to discuss this with the community. And it did get shut down in December, but we also already had publicized that we wanted to have some discussions with the community, so we did follow through. We did 2 engagements in that first stage. One was through Zoom, because we knew that there would be people in Burnsville that may be away for the winter, and this would be an opportunity for them to participate if they wanted to. And then we also hosted an open house. And then I mentioned our very first thing that we did after we reconnected with our partner in 2024, when we picked it back up, was we published, if you remember, that was an October meeting with council. So we allowed a few weeks to get a direct mailing out to people who lived within a quarter mile of Alimagnet, and then also to publish out to the community at large. From that meeting, we had right around 40 people that attended. There was a good mix of people from Alimagnet who were sharing their pros and cons of the project and their concerns specifically about lake water quality, the impact that it might have on the park. And then we also had people there who wanted to share about pickleball and to talk about the amenities and the design and things like that. So with all that information that night, it was clear to me that there were some concerns about the environment in Alimagnet. And so we worked together as a team with our natural resources department and hosted an open house to discuss lake water quality and things like that, and to get more feedback from the community and whatnot at that time. The other thing that we did is we we still had not exited schematic design at that point. And from the engagement and feedback that we got, there was already stormwater management that was scheduled for the project to take place as part of the design phase. And so we went ahead and moved forward with that so we could better understand ways to mitigate water runoff and things like that. But then we also took a look at a couple other studies, analyses related to noise and the impact it may have on the environment in Alimagnet. And then it was mentioned that at one point I did say that Alimagnet was the #1 site. That was based on the criteria that we did for the original location. It did rise to the top. But we wanted to do a complete review of our park system to see, with the feedback that we got from the community and concerns, what other locations might we want to consider that might have not been part of the first analysis that we did. So that was kind of the next steps from there. With that, I'm going to turn over to Daryl so we can talk about the Alimagnet Lake.
Thanks. Yeah, I've just got a few slides to go over the lake itself, the watershed, some of the history of the water quality on the lake, and some projects and stuff that have been done. So Alimagnet Lake is 109 acres, and the watershed is just under 1,400 acres. And both the lake and the watershed are split between the cities of Burnsville and Apple Valley. So there is a portion of the lake itself that's in Apple Valley, and obviously a big area from Apple Valley drains into Alimagnet, as does Burnsville. And Alimagnet Lake was first put on the state's impaired waters list in 2002.
Daryl, can I ask real quick, that 1392, is that all draining into that lake?
Not directly, but yes. So we do have like stormwater ponds and stuff that are treating on the way, but that is the area that eventually ends up in the lake, yes. Yep.
Thank you.
So this graph here shows water clarity from the last 20 years. And so that orange bar is the state standard. And so this is, the way this is kind of looking is the surface of the water would be at the top of the graph. And so the farther down the bar goes, the higher the water clarity. And so you can see we've had a lot of volatility in the clarity on Alimagnet Lake over the last 20 years. Both Burnsville and Apple Valley have done some stormwater pond improvements, in the mid-20 teens, 15, 16, 2018. And so that was to treat kind of what we call the external load of phosphorus, stuff that's coming in during the summer when you get rain events and things like that. And so over the last 5 years specifically, we've seen a little more consistency in the water quality in Alimagnet Lake. And ultimately, that is what led the cities and the Vermilion River watershed to start looking into an alum treatment. So this is a similar graph, but this is for phosphorus. And so this one's kind of reversed. So on this bar, the orange line is still the state standard, but the lower the bar is, that's essentially meeting the standard or exceeding it, better water quality. You can see that the phosphorus readings do line up with the clarity, and that's pretty typical. And again, with some of the projects the cities have implemented, we've been seeing more consistent lower phosphorus readings, since 2018. And so that'll kind of lead into some of the projects that we've worked on. As I mentioned, a lot of the work's been done on the watershed already, handling that external load. But one project that happened last fall in October was an alum treatment, and that was both cities, Apple Valley, Burnsville, and the watershed working together on that. And what the alum does is it binds with the phosphorus on the lake bed, so on the sediment. Because in a lot of lakes, and Alimagnet is one of those, there was a feasibility study done, that over the summer months, the phosphorus that is built up in the sediments over many years, could be the last 100 years when farming was still happening around there, it can get recycled in the water column. And so that can also feed algae blooms. And so that is what the alum treatment is trying to control. And obviously our hope is that now having both the watershed under having better treatment and with this alum treatment, that we will continue to see improved water quality in Alimagnet, both reducing in the phosphorus readings and increasing the clarity. And so the future projects, really, the only future project we have, other than the ongoing routine plant maintenance and things, the future project would be, there is a second round of alum planned for the spring of 2026. And by spreading those two treatments out over that window, does extend the longevity of the treatment and can increase its effectiveness. And so that's why that decision was made with the watershed in Apple Valley to do that.
All right. As I mentioned earlier, from the engagement and feedback, we wanted to further take a look at three areas. So Kimberly Horn's going to talk about the stormwater design, if a facility were to be placed in Alimagnet, how it would handle the stormwater, and then also talk about noise assessment and a protected species memorandum as it relates to what could be found in Alimagnet as well.
So the first thing that we reviewed was endangered species assessment. So this was a desktop review of the site as well as the neighboring area right around where the proposed project would be at. This assessment looked at federal and state level protected species. And we kind of broke those up into what could have habitat and through the project, what mitigation would need to be taken into account to make sure that the endangered species were not negatively impacted through the proposed project. So the first grouping is the northern long-eared bat, red-shouldered hawk, and other migratory birds. These generally have some suitable habitat within the study area, especially in the areas surrounding the project, not necessarily where the project would actually occur. But the mitigation for these migratory birds, along with the bat and the red-shouldered hawk, would be to limit any tree clearing to the winter months. So essentially, November 1st through March 31st would be the only time that any tree clearing or trimming would be allowed as part of the project, and that would essentially be when those species are not within the area as they migrate south. The second grouping is the monarch butterfly and rusty patch bumblebee. These both do not have large areas of suitable habitat within the project area. This is due to largely having either parking lot space or groomed lawn. And actually, with the project and with some of the native plantings and native seedings that would be done, it would actually be an improvement or a possible improvement to the habitat for both the monarch butterfly and the rusty patch bumblebee as part of the project. The final grouping, which isn't up here on the list, is yellow pimpernel plant and whooping crane. These are both plant species that were not found within the assessment area, but if they were to be found in the future, there could be a mitigation strategy developed pretty easily for those, but they're typically found within more of a dry woodland area, and that's not necessarily where the project impacts would be with this. The second assessment or analysis that we completed was looking at stormwater management at the site. So we looked at the existing conditions as well as two different scenarios. So I'll show a exhibit here in a second that shows the existing condition. I'll talk about that. But really, the two different scenarios for the development. Scenario one would look at kind of our standard stormwater quality treatment. This would be something that meets city as well as other regulatory agency requirements for volume control, so abstraction, infiltration, as well as water quality or water clarity as part of the stormwater management for the site. So scenario one would not have any discharge up to the 10-year event, which is kind of our middle of the road stormwater or rainfall event that is analyzed. And then scenario two would essentially look at expanding that infiltration basin or stormwater management to limit, and so there's no discharge up to the 100-year event, which is our most extreme rainfall event that we analyze on a day-to-day basis for development or redevelopment. So looking at existing conditions, previously, I think Daryl mentioned that there is some erosion that is occurring to the northwest of the proposed site. So up by where the large blue arrow is, there is some erosion that is occurring up there towards Alimagnet Lake, which is about 200 feet to the northwest of this image. And currently, as the area sits with the house that was previously removed, there is about 1.1 acres of area that just freely drains down into Alimagnet Lake and is contributing to that erosion. The remaining areas around the project either drain south towards the parkway or towards management within the existing parking lot. Scenario one, you can see here on the left, there are some green areas. So the furthest left or furthest west green area would be the infiltration basin. So that would be providing the abstraction and the volume control prior to discharge to Alimagnet Lake. And the two green rectangular areas more in the center of where the pickleball courts are proposed would essentially be providing pre-treatment, so trying to reduce sediment loading to the infiltration basin to further reduce maintenance as well as improve water quality downstream as well. So with this scenario, this is that there'd be no discharge up to the 10-year event. And when we look at scenario two, which would be exceeding requirements, you can see on the left that green blob where the infiltration basin is gets significantly larger. There's the removal of the small kind of parking lot that was on the west side of the development, but this would detain all of the stormwater within the site up to the 100-year event. So significantly improve the erosion that is currently happening out there. The final assessment that we completed was a noise assessment. We did not go out there and analyze the site for noise and how noise travels, but we looked at prevailing research as well as kind of the different components to pickleball noise. And so pickleball is a little bit different than other types of sound. It's more of a highly impulsive sound, so it's individual sounds that occur, which is experienced differently than let's say, white noise or just a loud constant sound. And so there's some different pieces to that can be impactful. And so we're looking at environmental factors of just how noise is perceived, vegetation, topography, roadways all have an impact on how that noise is perceived by the public. The MPCA, or Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, completed a assessment of pickleball courts kind of around the state, as well as providing guidance for siting for pickleball courts as they become more popular. They wanted to essentially look at noise as a portion of pollution. And so what they looked at was essentially for residential properties, a minimum of 500 to 600 feet away from a pickleball court, or a minimum of 1,000 feet away over water. And so the Alimagnet site is approximately 550 feet away from the nearest residential property over land and approximately 1,300 feet away over water. So it meets both of those siting recommendations provided by the MPCA. The other piece that the project proposes is to minimize any existing vegetation impact that will somewhat help to maintain that buffer and reduce that sound, or the ability for that sound to travel with that mature vegetation that's currently out there. The final piece of mitigation that was proposed as part of the project is provide an 8 to 10 foot fence with noise absorptive material. So this would be essentially on the outside of the fence. It limits the amount of sound that can travel through. So with that, based upon the manufacturer's guidance as well as previous implementations of this material, there's approximately an 8 to 15 decibel reduction in sound outside of the facility when that material is installed, which may not seem like a lot, but from a perceived sound standpoint, it's about half as loud with that material installed as with just a standard chain link fence or boundary fence around the pickleball court.
Thank you. And so the third thing, as I mentioned, staff wanted to go back and revisit our site analysis. The original one, all the criteria remained, but one of the things we added was, in the original one, one of the goals was to not remove existing amenities and/or recreational experiences, and so we expanded that to include those possibilities. So we looked at the screening on how we rate characteristics, an evaluation for weighting the site criteria, and then finally use that to kind of create a new priority ranking system, which we'll be sharing here later. So from the weighting standpoint, again, through the engagement process and the things that we heard, we wanted to put an emphasis on environmental and noise impacts. We also wanted to focus on, the needs for additional parking and things like that. And then the third category was operational as far as cost and existing infrastructure, ease of development and whatnot. So with that new priority, there were 4 locations that kind of stood out as possibilities. As you can see, Alimagnet is still on that list, but joining Alimagnet is Cliff End Park, Hollows Park, and Rose Park. And we will kind of talk about the pros and cons of each one of those in the slides ahead. So not super easy to see, but this is Alimagnet Park here. You'll see there's 2 large blue dots. Those blue dots represent 600 feet away from the center of the proposed, the approximate size of an 8-court complex. So as mentioned earlier, the blue dot on the left, that lighter blue line that goes through there to the red box is the closest residential house, which is a little under 600 feet. And then we also, as we expanded this, we took a look at a different spot that was a little further away from the lake itself. That would involve removing an existing turf field that's used by the community. But what we found in there when we drew the line is that is about 700 some feet away from the closest house across the lake. So that was the results of that review. Oops. When we look at Cliff End, again, some of the same environment, or the advantage here, we'll start with that, is that there are no residential houses by
So
Cliff End
that
Park.
red triangle is not a residential home?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's a mistake.
In this case, that is the closest property, so yes, it is not a
Yeah.
residential home. It is the closest property to what that would be. The circle is still the 600 feet, and so the advantage from a noise perspective is beneficial at this location. There would still be some similar environmental challenges. Just adjacent to the park is a fen. And so we would want to have an understanding of stormwater management requirements there. This is also one of our busier parks. The spot where that is current, the yellow box would be displacing existing soccer users from our athletic association. The box itself, what's not shown here is there would be a need for additional stormwater and things like that. So this takes up about a field the way it's displayed, but we would need to understand like how much space would it take to put in the complex and the appropriate stormwater and things like that. One of the other challenges with this site is if we have a full day of soccer events going on. This is one of our there's 3 popular soccer locations for our community, North River Hills, Cliff End, and Rose Park. So when this is programmed on a regular basis, which it is, if you have the soccer users there, we have 3 shelters in this location, which are used for family reunions, birthday parties, things like that. It's got our splash pad and our largest playground. So all great things. This park is heavily used. The challenge that we would want to better understand is traffic flow and parking. This park sits on Cliff Road, which is a busy four-lane road, county road. And if that parking lot is filled, there really is no place for people to park and easily access the park if the lot is filled. So we would have concerns about people going across the street into the business areas and parking, and then trying to cross a busy Cliff Road, or having to drive a significant amount in any direction to try to find an appropriate place to park and then walk back. So all things that would need to be further understood as far as recreational use impacts and those different challenges. Hollows Park was added to the matrix. We initially looked at community parks because community parks often serve well this type of activity. Hollows Park was designated as a neighborhood park, but we, again, took a look at everything that we could in our system that might be an opportunity. And so in this particular case, you can see there's there's about 6 residential houses that touch the blue 600-foot line to the, that'd be to the west. To the north, that's all industrial buildings and things like that. Again, this also wouldn't have made the initial list because the yellow box is on an existing bat and ball field that's used by our athletic association. So we would need to displace them in this particular location as well. There is also a small parking lot here. If we were adding 60, 80 vehicles on a regular basis, there is some parking allowed on the road to the north of the yellow box. The road to the east of the yellow box is South Cross, and you cannot park on that particular road. So we would have to further understand traffic patterns and parking and things like that for this area, and try to figure out how to mitigate the noise impacts and what that would have on the neighborhood and engage them in this particular location. And then the last location for review tonight is Rose Park. Again, Rose Park initially did not make it onto the review process because we do not own the land that Rose Park sits on. As I mentioned, Rose is one of our 3, well, to the positive side, there are no residential houses within the blue circle. So from a noise perspective, that's a positive. Rose, this is one of our 3 soccer locations, so the yellow box and the appropriate stormwater and things like that would impact one of those fields. And in addition, as I mentioned, we don't own this property. So one of the things that we did do is we reached out to the school district and to Collins, who owns the property, to see if they were interested in having some discussions about the possibility of that. The school district indicated they are not interested at this time, but Collins did say that they may or may not be interested. They'd need further discussion with us to review that. But again, this particular land, we had an arrangement with Collins to build Rose Park. I think it was back in 1992, and it was for 20 years. Currently, we're in an environment with a 60-day notice. They could request that the land return to them, and it would not be a soccer, or it wouldn't be Rose Park anymore and have the soccer field. So any discussions with them would have to involve navigating what it might look like if they decided they needed the land back, if we were to enter into something like this. So,
Did you have a meeting with the folks at Collins Rockwell?
we have reached out to them, and they have said they're discussing it, and they would be open to having to learn more about it. There has not been a follow-up meeting yet. They just shared that with us today, that they would entertain having a meeting to better understand what something might look like.
Door's
Okay.
not closed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't affirm or deny it. They just said, yes, we would. The initial person I spoke with brought it to their team, and they said, yeah, well, you could, we would entertain a discussion, so.
Well, did they give you any more information with regard to the process of getting to understanding an agreement like we had? Because the agreement was in the 90s and then it got updated again and it got updated again, and we're at this point now.
Yep. Yeah, they basically, their phone call this afternoon was basically, we understand that Rose Park is one of the locations, and we would be open to sitting down and learning more about it. There were no discussions about specifics or if they are interested in doing it or not interested, so.
Okay.
All right. So, from a budget impact, there is $1.15 million in the 2025 Park Investment Fund. And that dollar amount was based off of the schematic design process that had the project just under $1 million to construct. And then with projects like this, when you actually do go into the design and bidding and whatnot, you want to have contingency and engagement money and inflation factored into it. So that is what that dollar amount is currently in the 2025 Park Investment Fund. As I mentioned, the schematic design was estimated about $984,000, of which through this process, we're about $80,000 into it through the schematic design and whatnot, and then have invested about 892 staff hours to date. And so the policy question for council this evening is, does city council wish to continue with the pickleball project? And if the answer is yes to that question, of the four presented tonight, Alimagnet, Cliff End, Hollows, and Rose, are there any that the city council does not wish for staff to consider further?
Okay, thank you. Members of the council, pickleball project, still something we want to do. I have said that it is something we still want to do. And so, Councilmember Keeley, yes?
Yes, I've got some comments, and I think Councilmember Schultz wants to go first.
Councilmember Schultz?
I would like to lay this on the table pending the outcome of the sports complex. And the reason I want to lay this on the table pending the outcome of the sports complex is because and I realize that there's a lot of challenges to that. I also realize that it is a paid and not free, and it's not a city amenity. However, if something like that goes forward, I think that affects the locations we would start to consider just because of where certain amenities are.
So that everybody understands what you are referring to as to the sports complex, because not everyone understands that, because it has not been part of the discussion. So please, so everybody understands what you mean by the sports complex.
Sure. So while we've been discussing this, we have had many people, especially the advocates from Alimagnet, talk about how their preference is towards a private or a public-private partnership. The sports complex would be a privately owned and run sports complex. The challenges that they have is that they are on top of a dump. And they're looking at that with Minnesota pollution control. And there are some questions about that. And that's also something I think that we could get more information on. I do think the outcome of that is important for then what we do and where we look at locations and what and how and quantity that we would move forward with pickleball. That is such a huge variable right now that I think we have to get a little bit more information on that before we move forward on any of our policy questions on this. And it is something that we could definitely engage our local elected representatives and senators on this, in addition to Minnesota Pollution Control and the owner of the property, so that we can have updates on that and find out the direction of this, and if it's a go or no-go, and if it's likely or not likely, that type of thing. Because this is, this is an over $1 million project for us. Location is extremely important. I think as we've found out, that location is extremely important to our residents. And so when we're looking at this, we're looking at a location with high objection from community members. We're looking at another location that we have to get rid of a baseball diamond. Another one where we're looking at getting rid of soccer fields, and another one where we're looking at getting rid of a soccer field. And we don't even own the property. There's too many variables on this. There's too much up in the air. I would like to lay this on the table, and what that means is we would hold the decision pending the outcome and more information on the sports complex, so we can take that into account when we start to look at this. We've already lost the year. Like, at this point, we've already lost the year. Nothing is happening this year. So, at this point, that is my suggestion.
Councilmember Gustafson.
It's kind of a curveball.
Well, but it's a long play also.
Well, it's a long play because we're dealing with the MPCA and they've already said no. And there's a process they're gonna have to go through, which could take years before we get through that process. And meanwhile, we would be delaying any pickleball courts in this city, anywhere, for maybe several years doing that. I don't think we want to do that.
I don't think we want to go several years.
We've been dealing with this for 20 years down there for all kinds of different things, so it's, the MPCA and that group has been
So,
going round and round for a long
pickleball,
time.
yes?
Yeah, pickleball, yes.
Okay.
Period, yes. But
Okay.
that was a curveball.
Vince,
I'm leaning towards either Alimagnet or no. We've spent the last several months listening to public testimony talking about how pickleball is an existential threat. It causes PTSD in veterans, creates mental illness, stress, cardiovascular disease, impacts people with disabilities, epilepsy, cerebral palsy, impacts the wildlife, loons and eagles' nests, light pollution, breeding habits of birds, and so on. So taking all of that in and thinking that that's just going to go away if we were to put it at another park creates a challenge for me. We have to use the data we have in front of us, and our staff has done a very good job providing that to us. Looking at the gives and takes of the other locations, we don't own the land at Rose. Cliff Fen, we'd have to remove soccer fields, and I feel like that poses an equity issue with taking away soccer from our residents that utilize that. We've played soccer in our house, and that parking lot gets packed on Saturday mornings through the day because it's a very well-used park, as Garrett said. And then Hollows Park, we're just putting it closer to existing homes with no tree buffer, no types of buffer besides what would go on the fencing. So at the onset, Alimagnet was proposed as the best option for all the reasons that our staff and consultants just gave us. And so either this is all of the things that we were told the last few weeks, months, or it's not. Or Alimagnet makes the most sense for all the reasons that we were told tonight, or it's not. So I'm not sure where I'm at right now.
but pickleball, yes.
I don't know. I've become very indifferent to this based on what we've heard the last several months.
Okay, I already said that pickleball, yes. Yes, Councilmember Keeley.
Cleanup hitter,
Huh?
number 4.
Yes, your turn, and then you can say where you want, where,
Nice place to
what
be.
what are the sites?
Well, yes, I want to continue to build pickleball courts. Burnsville is way behind. Pickleball, honestly, it's been, the growth has been impressive. I mean, when in recent history have we ever been able to witness the birth and explosive growth of a brand-new sport? It's really been a phenomenon around the country. One major problem is noise, amongst other things, but noise is really the number one. There are, and maybe the fact that we didn't jump and build right away, we kind of watched, and now every month you can find new cases of circumstances where there's been some extreme measures taken by city councils, residents. There's numerous cities seeing opposition, dozens around the country right now. I'm going to cite a few examples because I think they're important and in some cases maybe entertaining. The first one is very entertaining to me. In Mission Woods, Kansas, a mayor filed a lawsuit over pickleball noise. Not in their backyard, apparently. Chestnut Hill, Pennsylvania, residents threatened a lawsuit. Lake Oswego, Oregon, the city council banned pickleball in their most popular park. Falmouth, Massachusetts, residents sued the town over injurious and obnoxious noise levels. It gets to my point, and there's just search Google, you'll find them all. These are like 25% of the examples that came back. But ultimately, it's the smack of the ball hitting the paddle. It's like an outdoor ping pong. And you have these noise issues of location. Our own sister city, Apple Valley, right next door to us to the east, went through the same process, the same uprising of residents saying, we love pickleball, but don't put it right there. And they ended up moving it to a different place.
At about $3 million to move it.
Yeah, maybe they went a little too far down the road before they listened. I think the process we've been following is the right one. And then, of course, losing other facilities, which was pointed out, right, to put pickleball in, removing tennis courts or basketball or green space or baseball, et cetera. The environmental impacts, of course. And one of the complaints is a lack of community engagement. I don't think we have that problem here. So, I think we need, as you look at a map of the city and you look at the schools and all of the fields and ball diamonds and open space, we're not the only ones with potential space. So I'm inviting the school district to come back to the table and have a conversation with us, because I do believe, I see pickleball growing to the point where schools are going to have leagues. There's going to be school pickleball teams, because the age group has gone from where it started, which is my demographic, over 65, all the way down to Gen Zs playing in leagues, and everybody loves it. So the school district needs to get on board with this. And then I think Councilmember Schultz brings up a wonderful point, a very strategic point. We've had a presentation in front of us for nearly a year where on a brownfield site, there's an opportunity to put some recreational facilities. And they've been proposing indoor pickleball, which is even better because now it's 12 months of the year as opposed to just
Privately owned, let everybody know
fair
that
weather
it's
days.
privately owned.
Yeah, that's a private project. But it's a pretty nice project. But we also need to do something in some of our parks. And I think these options, I'm a big fan of Cliff. I understand that it may be tougher to convert some of that fen on the south side of the rail tracks to more park facility and parking lot, like we did many, many years ago when Cliff Fen was built on the fen. I think on the south side of the railroad track, you see a lot of evidence of things that are built previous to some maybe DNR decisions that might be a little bit stricter today than they were 50 years ago. But on the north side, I understand. There's a massive amount of fen on the north side of the railroad track, but on the south side, there's opportunities. So I would hope that we would pursue that with the DNR and try and the state, and try and make a case for expanding Cliff Bend. So back to Alimagnet. My problem there is, as a former lakeshore owner, I should have known better as the biggest mouth on this council pushing to build these courts in Alimagnet, because I wasn't thinking. I was fooled by the location being close to the road and by the fact that there's an enormous amount of parking lot in Alimagnet. It's got a significant area covered by asphalt. And all of that, of course, for the last many, many decades has all run into Lake Alimagnet. The problem really started maybe 70 years ago, or 60 to 70 years ago, when the homes were built around Lake Alimagnet. All of the phosphorus runoff, same for Crystal, where I used to live, the degradation of the lake came when development happened. So everybody that has a house anywhere on that is part of the reason why we have the problem today. Now we've made them part of the solution. 25 years ago, roughly, I'm guessing it's about that.
We have an ordinance.
Right, we started cleaning it up by stopping people from expanding their impervious surface, controlling the runoff, putting holding ponds in, water gardens, rain gardens, just to filter it, so it wasn't gonna go from asphalt to gutter to pipe right into the lake, right? Carrying all the petrochemicals emitted from the parking lot asphalt along with it. So I should have known right off the bat, when our friends from Lake Alimagnet came up and said, you know, this is in a watershed district, and you've told us, no, we can't do this or that over the last decades. We need to be part of the solution. So why are you coming in and saying you're going to throw down some more asphalt for parking lot and some surface for a pickleball? So I couldn't help but stand back and go, wow, that smells of rules for thee, but not for me. And I don't want to be a part of bad government. So to me, Alimagnet is off the table, period. And I think we have to pursue these other options. Thank you.
Okay. We've heard from Councilmember Schultz with regard to putting it on the table, and you are not looking at the other options that are before us because you want to explore the complex.
I want the information from that, like where it's at and where that will be, because I think that directly affects what we would consider.
Okay. And Councilmember Workman, you said not Alimagnet or not. Councilmember Gustafson, options here.
I said a while back that Alimagnet was off the table. I also have gotten a lot of new information recently that I didn't have before, and Alimagnet does seem like the #1 spot, but if we have some other spots we can do it in, we should. I appreciate the attention that the Alimagnet group has brought to our council. We have put more effort in this than we have some of our major projects we've done in the city in the last 20 years I've been around, and a lot of time and hours are put into it. We do have a couple locations. I don't like the idea, though, of taking soccer fields away or baseball fields away, and that's where I have a problem, so. But Alimagnet is not off the table for me any longer, because it shows as #1 as far as.
Where are the options?
We're meeting all the standards for best practices out there right now.
Okay.
So
So,
I want to build some pickleball courts because I think we need them, and quite frankly, I'm not confident that this other complex is going to get any headway anytime soon, as far as the private thing down on the freeway. And, building on, we'll see what happens.
so let me then begin with all of the work that we have done in this community since 1996, when the most important item that came out of the Partnerships for Tomorrow was the environment. And it became one of the items that was priorities for us to focus on. And with that priority of the environment and also energy efficiency, we went down the road and put in place a sustainability plan. And along with that sustainability plan and all of the information we received from the watershed districts And to Councilmember Keeley's point, because he remembers he was a homeowner on Crystal Lake. And at that time, we put in place ordinance, and that had mitigation for runoff. And so anyone who wanted to expand their house and put on a roof and all of that, that was hard surface that would also filter more runoff into the lake, and that they had to mitigate that. And there were the ordinance with buffer zones on all of our water bodies. We had time when all of the residents around all of the water bodies in Burnsville came in, and we did work together around protecting our water bodies. And that resulted in getting Early Lake and Crystal Lake off the impaired waters list. And now we have Keller Lake and Alimagnet that I believe, Daryl, is also on the road to becoming off the impaired waters list with all of the treatments and strategies that we have for both of those environmental lakes.
That certainly is the goal, and that is the projects that we're doing and the work that myself and my staff do. That is the first goal that we have, and I think we've seen improvements in both those lakes.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
And so I'm saying that we're on the road in getting those off the impaired waters list as well. So on the issue of taking activities away, Red Oak, Garrett, we took away tennis courts from Red Oak to build the pickleball complex there. We took and repurposed those tennis courts, correct?
Madam Mayor, there was a 3 tennis court facility at Red Oak, and we engaged the neighborhood at the time that was being developed and
No, I just want
reduced it
yeah,
from
we
3
did
down to
repurpose them.
2 tennis courts, and then added the other pickleball courts.
Yeah, and we did repurpose them.
Yes.
Yes, just like here in Cliff Fen, we're going to repurpose perhaps, I don't know how many soccer fields, but I think River Hills, North River Hills is a huge soccer complex, correct? It's mainly a
Madam
soccer
Mayor,
complex.
North River Hills is our #1 soccer complex.
Yeah, it's a
and
big
Cliff
soccer
End and
complex
Rose Park.
along with Rose. So when I look at what we do all over the community, and I look at where all of our asset amenities are, most of them are all on the east side of town, correct? Yes, okay. Let the record show Garrett is nodding his head.
Madam Mayor, yes.
Okay. Because the thing is, you all have heard me say that we need assets on the west side of town. It is not there. So for me, like Councilmember Keeley, Cliff Fen is the most appropriate location. Now, you talk about parking, and we know that all of these activities ebb and flow. And I remember one of the things during the analysis of pickleball on Alimagnet Park, the reason for wanting to build a parking lot specifically for pickleball was because there would be a lot of people coming and parking, and then there was one graph that showed all of the cars that would be parking along the road. And there is another parking, there are 2 parking areas at Cliff Fen. And I think we can extend the parking. There's an ebb and flow in that complex, and that is the most advantageous place that I believe that we should locate a pickleball complex. There are no residents around it, and staff's summary talks about that Cliff Fen is an appropriate place. It's because it doesn't have any residents nearby. But, yeah, you talk about parking and all of that. If we put all of our energy to try and make sure that we have enough parking and really understand the parking analysis, you know, one of the things that we have done a great deal here in the city of Burnsville is looking at our parking ordinance, not only for retail, but for every place else. So I think that will happen. For me, it's if Clifton or Rose Park is the most ideal place for a pickleball court. Now I'm going to talk about why it is best for us to build now, because waiting for the sports complex is a long play, because we have no control over the work of the owner of the property and the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. They have to get their permits from the MPCA. They have to get their permits from the Department of Natural Resources, and they probably will also have to get permits from the Department of Health, simply because it's really close to our water source. So for me, pickleball, do it now. We've spent a lot of time on it. And also Clifton. So, Councilmember Gustafson?
Any of our top three will work for me. I have no horse in this race of which park it's in. I just want the pickleball courts for our citizens.
So, but you did say that Alimagnet is off the table for you.
I said it at one time, but I also said tonight it's back on the table after new information, which we just received from our staff.
Okay, and that new information is?
We're actually following best practices out at that park. We're exceeding the distances from the homes for noise. We're mitigating the water runoff. We can mitigate for the 100-year storm if we want over there, and we have ways to make it happen. I go out to Alimagnet. I used to go to the dog park all the time with my dogs. I was just out there again the other day, just walking around the park, just seeing where it's all at. It's an ideal location. But if it's not going to be there, Clifton will work. I just don't want to, I hate losing soccer fields. We need more soccer fields in this town because we have a lot of soccer that happens in this town. We may or may not need as many tennis courts. I don't know. I'm not going to, that's an apples and oranges thing for me. Our demographic plays soccer a lot these days, and so you hate to lose those fields.
So what I'm hearing you say, pickleball now, but.
Pickleball now, and whatever
Clifton
this group
or
decides what
Alimagnet.
park they want to put it in, you're going to put it in.
Yeah.
But I will say, we can't wait for the sports complex, because I think it's a long, long way down the road.
Okay. So,
Question.
yeah.
One of the options, it's a question for Garrett. Neal Park had an open grassy area that's not lined for
Too many.
soccer or anything. It's kind of in between the ball fields to the north and south, and then in the middle, there's just a huge area, and it was spotted there, and it didn't touch any homes. I'm curious why that wasn't one of the recommendations.
Yeah, Councilmember Keeley, that was a spot that took a hard look at. There's some accessibility challenges. First of all, it'd be a long distance from parking. The second, and maybe more important reason, depending on your perspective, is that is at the bottom of our premier sledding hill in the community.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you
Couldn't see
would
the train
basically
by the
have to shut down, it'd be a lot harder to
Yeah.
shut down a unique facility that's so heavily used.
Yeah.
And not an
That's
easy
heavily
way to.
used, Alimagnet is heavily used. So I'm looking at Neal right now, and, the 3 locations, the ideal one, that's a lot of softball and baseball diamonds right there. So, yeah. So for me, it's Clifton. Council, staff needs direction as to, Vince is saying Alimagnet or no. Tara is saying pickleball, but she wants the complex.
No, that's not what I said.
No, but you want the
I said I
complex to
want
be
more information
considered.
because I don't think we're.
Yeah.
I think there's other things we could be looking at as well, and it would give us a little time to do so. That's what I'm saying. As for me, like, I'm not going to take any of these locations off the table, even though all of them have issues. But I will be very excited and curious to see what our city council meetings are like when we are saying that we're gonna take away soccer fields on one of our busiest soccer fields and parks when soccer is growing. So, but you know what? I love community engagement. I like a full house.
Yeah.
Bring it.
So, Garrett, soccer programs at Cliff Fen, soccer programs at North River Hills, soccer programs at Rose Park. How busy is all of those? Are all of those happening every weekend, every week? Because when I go down to Rose Park, because that's one of my walking areas, is going through that greenway. Never see anybody on those fields. So, I mean, these are all of the soccer fields complex in the city.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, so soccer programming and how fields are laid out and rotated differ slightly from baseball. You can use a baseball field, most of our baseball fields, pretty much every day of the week. With soccer, they try to limit the number of uses on a turf surface per week, so you may see people not there. That doesn't mean that there's not a need for it. It's just to protect the grass and not have it wear out. They will program things. I've worked with our recreation staff, specifically Cliff End, ahead of this. During soccer seasons, it's 4 to 5 days a week that they're down there and trying to allow the fields to rest in the off time. And again, North River Hills is their premier complex, and then Rose Park is also heavily used as well.
So usually they're there, practice is usually in the afternoon, right? And then on weekends, they have their tournaments.
That is correct,
Correct?
Madam Mayor, yes.
On all of these complexes. Cliff Fen, Rose, because Rose and North River Hills are the biggest ones. So that's where I see all of that. So the thing is, to Dan Keeley's point that this is public facility, which means, and as Mrs. Sears spoke to, it's, they don't have to pay. Where the sports complex, they have to pay, because that's privately owned. And Dan says that we need to build it. I agree. We need to build it. We've been talking about it and talking about it and talking about it, and studied it and heard from people. So tonight, what I'm hearing is that I don't have the votes for either Cliff Fen or Alimagnet, because Hollows is off the table, and Rose, we don't have.
We don't know.
We don't have an agreement with Collins Rockwell.
Madam Mayor, members of council, if I may, if the answer to question one is yes, and which it sounds like it is, and depending on council's preference on whether Alimagnet is on or off, I think we would want to engage user groups and the community on any of the other locations to get a better understanding of their thought process. So I think my preference would be, depending on, again, what council is looking for, that we try to leave as many options open to discover, to allow engagement to run its course and to consider things. But I will also yield to.
I did leave all options open.
So what you're saying is direct staff to go back and work with the folks regarding soccer at Cliff and Rose? Well, I think you need to get to Rose to get an agreement for a 20-year lease at Rose.
Madam Mayor, yes. I mean, if that was the direction, that would at least allow us to go to the table with them and have some discussions to see if they're interested. And again, if they're not, then that's the end of that.
Yeah.
I think we should pursue that because the location that you put the courts on isn't a soccer field. The soccer fields are off to the west. That seems like just an open grassy spot that's not lined or anything.
Councilmember Keeley, sometimes when we have to hold out one of the other three, they'll put in a smaller one over there.
Gotcha.
So
So
it
it's
is,
an-
it is
kind of
space that we have
overflow.
used for soccer in the past, but
And
nonetheless.
there's
Not as dedicated
adequate
as the
parking
existing
also at Rose.
Yeah, and I think that'd give us the opportunity to hear, again, we haven't engaged the soccer club about this, right? It would give us a chance to sit down with them, bring them to the table, understand their future projections, let them provide feedback on what this would mean to them and have a better understanding of that.
Well, Rose doesn't have a watershed.
And no residents,
huh?
and good accessibility. Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of great, attractive,
Yeah.
except we don't own it.
And Cliff, we have worked that particular fen, and so we know what we can do at Cliff with regard to the fen. And you, and your background also shares what can be done there with the stormwater.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, we did reach out to the Fish and Wildlife Service that owns the adjacent property. They just brought up stormwater management. Obviously, we haven't done enough work on the site to see exactly how it would work out, but we know we could do it. And I will also just mention with Rose Park, there will be stormwater management needed at that site
Yeah.
as well, so.
But the nice thing between the two, the Cliff and Rose, is that we don't have a lake close by. Yeah,
You have a
so
natural
we don't have to.
wildlife refuge.
Yeah.
I am curious, Garrett, you already mentioned it, but I want to be absolutely sure with BAC and VAA how that would impact soccer programming, how many fields would be displaced. And because it was such a pivotal argument against this at Alimagnet, the wildlife impacts, I know there's far more bald eagles down in the river valley than at Alimagnet, so we would probably want to take into consideration the light pollution and sound pollution of migratory birds in that location as well.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, council, is direct staff to go do some more work at Cliff and Rose.
No, that is not what you've heard.
Well, and the sports complex.
Vince says Alimagnet or
Or
nothing.
nothing.
Dan Gustafson
Says
is
it's
also,
off-
he's like going for three of them. Alimagnet is one of those three.
Yeah, and we have a lot
I
of.
refuse to take any one of those locations off the table. That is 3 votes right there, that at least 3 of these are going to be on.
What I'm just saying is that to do more work is in Cliff and Rose with the impacted activities.
To bring them up to the information that we've
Yeah.
already done on Alimagnet?
Yes. Well, to first engage the soccer community. They need to engage the soccer community. So I'll go around a table. Councilmember Keeley,
More information,
more information on the soccer community for,
including dialoguing with our state reps to understand we have a brownfield development and there could have been courts built by now, maybe.
okay, well,
That's part of the solution. It's not the only one, but it's a big part of the solution.
okay, so all of that. So staff, do you have that part? And then Councilmember Schultz, you want to make sure that the sports complex is part of the solution.
Yes.
I'm interested in all four. But yes, the sports complex is part of it, not just because of location, but because of capacity. And yes, we definitely need to engage our reps and state senators on this, and also MMPCA, because we need to know, if that takes off some of the capacity, that affects how many courts and where we build.
Yep.
If it's just a no-go, we need to know that.
And then, Councilmember Gustafson, you said all of them.
Alimagnet, Cliff Fen, Rose Park, you're right, we need a very long-term lease if we're gonna put that kind of money into that park without a 60-day out on it. I think I recommended Rose Park quite a while ago to take a look at it already, so.
Yeah. And Vince, you said Alimagnet or no?
Alimagnet, I'm not taking Rose off. If we could extend a 20-year lease, seems like a viable option. Cliff Fen, the parking down there is a circus on weekends, and to throw another high-use amenity down there seems like we would be creating more problems. But I'm sure we'll find that out once we get the data back.
I'm going to be visiting Cliff Fen every weekend.
I
agree,
go
there's
there a
gonna be some
lot, and
traffic conflicts
there's a
down there.
parking lot to the west that's
Yeah.
hardly ever used.
I know, I
People don't
see
even
that.
know it's there because it's shrouded by the trees.
Yep.
And then you find people go there to make out, so they're not seen in public.
That's where you go to buy your recreational substances.
Okay. Okay. Staff, did you get?
So I think what I'm hearing is more information.
It ain't over, is what you just heard.
And that I don't think I heard any of the 4 parks have been eliminated from consideration at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, you have 3 that says Alimagnet. And 2 said no, so all of them are still under consideration.
Okay.
And need more information for Cliff and Rose, and engagement of the soccer community.
For clarity.
Garrett, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I haven't heard Hollows come up by name.
Well, that's because there are residents that are impacted and not enough parking at Hollow. So,
So, yeah, for the scope of work that we're doing next, I just want to better understand if, I've heard don't remove any, but then I also haven't heard Hollows come up.
Hollows wasn't part of it, I don't think.
well, Hollow is very low for me because you got parking constraints and you impact houses. So you have to take a look at that, and you have to talk to the BAC,
Okay with removing hollows?
because don't they use that part?
Yes, I do. So keep Hollows as part of the scope of work that we'll be doing?
Do you want Hollow to be?
I kind of look at it because of the location. It's very similar to Rose. I mean, I would pursue Rose as the top project in that
Yeah.
southwest area. And if that completely is not possible, then Hollows, to me, is back in consideration. It does have challenges. There's hardly any parking. It would take away
Then you have to talk to the neighbors around Hollow.
there's a few, right?
Yeah, there's a few
they're
that are
distant.
impacted.
Distance shorter to the homes and
Yeah,
Hollows.
and there's not much in the way, I think Vince pointed out, there's not much tree line to shield the noise. So I think it is at the bottom of the list as far as, from my perspective too. Cliff and Rose are
Yeah.
the 2 that I
Cliff,
would pursue.
yeah, I'm with you. Cliff and Rose is the top, but I guess all 4, you've done a lot of work at Alimagnet. Now you have to do Cliff and Hollow and Rose, and you have to engage that community.
And Madam Mayor, could we also find out, because I heard this tossed around before, and I'm unclear if this is accurate. For the sports complex, I've heard it batted around that there would be a possible agreement with the city on use. I don't have any details on that, and I don't know anything about that. Could we get information on that? If that's rumor and crap, that would be good to know. If it's a possibility, that would be something to know. And I'm not saying put a bunch of time in it, just, is this a real deal or is it not?
Okay, I think,
Engage.
so Jenny, what did you hear so that, and the deputy city clerk?
I think I heard more information on the 3 top parks, with Hollows being still not off the table. But Rose being the preferable in that area of town.
Yeah, by one.
Yeah,
Is that-
Rose and Cliff. So the other is that Kara's question about
More
more information about the sports
Yep, on the-
complex, and that is a private complex?
Yes.
Yeah, and it, yeah.
Yep, I've got that in my notes too.
Thank you.
And in our last council weekly, there was a letter that was from the MPCA.
Yep.
So, and the thing about that letter has to do with the person that asked for the MPCA's thoughts on it, simply because we have a bond request for our water treatment plant.
Yeah.
The dump is very close to, I think, Mark, we have three wells down around that area?
Mayor, we have 3 wells that are in the fen we only use for emergency use. We have a number of wells, I'll say generally along the river,
Yeah,
that have a larger pull. Does that answer your question?
but we need those wells, not only for redundancy, but because we provide water to Savage as well.
During peak use, yes, Mayor, that's
Yes.
correct. We would use those wells potentially if needed. The preferred though would only be for emergency use.
Okay. So that's all the information that everybody is wanting from staff to do? And when you heard from Jenny, did she reflect what everybody is saying? And did you get that?
I did, thank you.
Okay. Garrett and Daryl? Is everybody clear?
Yes,
Yes.
Madam Mayor. Our next steps will be to work with a partner to basically replicate what we've done at Alimagnet at Cliff End, Hollows, and Rose. And then at some of these locations that will require traffic and parking studies, we'll want to make sure that we do the engagement and all of those appropriate things for those locations as well. So,
Okay. All right. Then I think, staff, you have your directions.
I do.
Okay? And then I think what we will need from you is an estimated timeline of when we could get some of the information. So I don't know how long it's going to take you. But I think for the pickleball community, I think it's important for them to understand what the timeline is. I mean, everybody, it's been over 2 years, and everybody has been waiting to understand. Because the folks from Alimagnet Association isn't saying no, pickleball, they're saying not an Alimagnet. So,
I actually had a slide in here just in case that came up, and we didn't know if it'd be relevant depending on what the decision was from council, but since we're looking at other locations, I think it'd be appropriate to allow about 6 months to do the appropriate engagement and the studies and things like that with the right groups. We can reuse some of the things that we've done for Alimagnet from a schematic design part, so we'll be able to repurpose that for the other locations. And then, once we were to get into the design development part, then you're kind of looking at, again, a 10-month time period. And as I shared the last time we talked about timeline, it's Minnesota. Construction season is what it is. So, I've just shared about 16 months worth of work, and the winter seasons and things like that will play into what that looks like as well. So,
Okay.
I have one more
Yeah.
question. You said we spent about $80,000 in consultants on one park, plus
Yeah.
hundreds of man-hours? Is that,
Yep.
can we expect that for each park?
Councilmember Gustafson, I would
I'm trying to
say,
figure, are we getting up to $500,000 when we haven't done anything yet?
I would say we've spent time talking about what can be repurposed if another location or locations was desired. So about 60% of the work done to date can be cookie cuttered into that. Even some of the noise study and different things like that. The engagement piece for each park is going to be the engagement piece for each park. Some of the stormwater management is specific to those locations. So it's not going to be a 80,000 times 3 type situation.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do want to thank both of you and everyone else on the team for all of this. There has been a lot of comments made, and I've never doubted your honesty or integrity throughout all of this. So I appreciate everything you guys have done.
All right. So, to Garrett and Daryl and the whole team, it's been a long journey, and I am truly grateful for the work that you all do. Okay. I know that you care about what happens here in Burnsville, and so I just ask that you continue to do the work that you've been doing with excellence and integrity, and I appreciate that. So as we move forward, it is about engagement, and you know that's one of the highest things that we talk about here in this organization, and what we continue to want to make sure that we practice, not only in words, but what we do to engage our community so that they give us their thoughts. A good example was North River Hills and the tennis courts, because I went to that open house, because I wanted to hear what the people were saying. Even though you wanted to relocate the tennis courts, they said, no, leave it where it is and improve it. That's what they want. That's how our processes should be. We can make a suggestion, but it is a suggestion, and then it is about the people. Then we can come back and do the work and spend the money. We didn't spend a whole lot of money with that. No. Because we engage the people at the front end, even though you had a recommendation and you had let them know why the recommendation to move it. But they said no. They can climb that hill like they've done in the past, and they wanted to continue to climb that hill. And so that was a great process. So with that, I applaud you, and I ask that you continue to do the work that you're doing. And so for everyone here, there is no debate on what's going to happen. This is the direction of the council to all staff. And then there will be more information coming. And but what everybody ought to know is that there will be pickleball courts. It's how we go through our process. Okay? With that, thank you, staff, for all of the good work that you do for service to our community. Okay? Are we?
Yeah, just confirming, we will do that work and get more information, and we'll talk internally about what that timeline is.
Yeah.
To bring it back to council.
Okay, very good. Okay, The next item that is on our agenda is the Highway 13 corridor preliminary design update. And this is only an update. And presenting, Mark, are you going to pause, is Kyle Johnson and Lisa Daniels and Brian Fichek. Are they here?
They're coming in, Mayor.
Okay. Okay. Because we're going to take a break between this one and the other one. We're going to take, okay. While everybody is transitioning, we're having a 3 minutes, go.
I think they're always hot.
We're arguing on staying for the standard of service for BJ?
I think you guys have it covered.
You're not back in the fire department?
You don't wanna hang? You wanna have a life or something?
Little one.
Yeah.
Just a
Up with
little
that.
one.
Society
Yeah.
one.
We're still on air, everybody. We're still on air, and we're just taking a few minutes, and then as soon as Councilmember Dan Keeley is back, we will start the meeting. Okay, the item that's before us this evening is the Highway 13 corridor preliminary design update, and our presenters are Kyle Johnson from Bolton Mink, Lisa Daniels from MnDOT, and Brian Fichek?
FISEC.
Fichek?
FISEC.
FISEC, okay, FISEC, of MnDOT. So, Logan, are you teeing everybody up first, or is it Mark?
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the council, thank you for having us. We have some updates for you regarding the 13 preliminary design work that has been done so far. And you already introduced our presenters here. Kyle is working for Bolton & Mink. They're the lead design consultant on the project team working for MnDOT. So I will turn it over to Kyle.
Yeah, thank you. Today I'm going to talk through a little bit of the project background, the agency stakeholder coordination that has occurred, discuss the current alternatives, briefly touch on the funding, talk about the schedule and milestones, and then we can have an open discussion as needed. Project background, I know all of you are familiar with the project, but just for those in the audience, the Trunk Highway 13 corridor has been kind of slowly been taken care of with improvements along the corridor. So this goal of this preliminary design is to try and get to improving the rest of the corridor. So we call out 3 different segments just to kind of help us classify the different areas. Segment 1 is the Quinton and Lynn area, which is in Savage and Scott County. Segment 2 is the Chowan and Washburn area, which is in Burnsville and Dakota County. And then Nicollet is segment 3. Just for a background on access control, the Dakota Avenue, Quinton, Chowan, and Nicollet during the corridor study were considered to be primary accesses, and Lynn and Washburn were considered to be secondary accesses. During the corridor study, we did a pretty extensive screening process, 3 different levels of screening, and really those were just to arrive at what corridor concepts could be moved forward that were feasible to establish a footprint for the corridor. When we moved into preliminary design, we reevaluated some of those and made improvements to them and created some new concepts. We combined the new concepts and the original concepts and evaluated them against each other in a level 4 pre-screening, which allowed us to determine what items we wanted to move forward into the level 4 screening, which we are today. So it allowed us to discard certain items from further consideration while concentrating a more in-depth evaluation of specific items. So we are in the level 4 screening process. We're looking to hopefully get to a recommended alternative this month. So feedback from this council would be greatly appreciated. From an agency and stakeholder coordination standpoint, during the corridor study, there was quite a robust public engagement process with open houses, pop-up events, and business advisory group meetings. There were also 3 council presentations during the corridor study. And then as we moved into preliminary design, our main focus when we started preliminary design was how do we improve on the concepts that we developed during the corridor study so that we could eventually get to a recommended alternative that everyone could buy into. So we've had quite a bit of agency and stakeholder coordination. We've had 2 open houses. The first open house, we presented the corridor study concepts. Second open house, we presented the alternatives that we're screening today. Through the level 4 screening process, we have 4 alternatives currently for segments 1 and 2 between Quinton and Washburn. And for segment 3 at Nicollet, there's 2 primary options, a hybrid one that we call the Quadrant and a freeway alternative that we call the Parklow. There was a value engineering study in February of 24 that did recommend that we consider Trunk Highway 13 going over Nicollet as an alternative. So we do, for both the Quadrant and the Parklow, we have evaluated 13 going under and 13 going over. So really for Nicollet, it comes down to kind of 2 decisions that we need to make eventually is whether we go with the Quadrant or the Parklow. That's kind of the main decision of how the intersection access control works. And the second decision is whether Highway 13 goes over or Highway 13 goes under.
There, in the background, it had 2 different costs also.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. So different options have different costs.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're going with the cheap one.
Okay, that was quick.
I mean, right through that, it says 2 different costs.
Yeah.
Are we
each
going to
one-
accomplish the same goals? Yes.
Well, yeah, what I'll do is I'll highlight the different benefits and of each one for your consideration. I know you're all brief on this. In the past, I'm just gonna quickly go through it. The Quadrant on the left side is essentially, it's called a green T. So what it is west or eastbound traffic has a signal. And that signal is your primary access to and from Highway 13 from Nicollet. So that signal controls all access to and from 13.
And that's Nicollet above.
In this case, this is for both above and below. So right now, these are the 2 different options. Whether it goes above or below is a consideration, but it's kind of a separate decision point. The main decision point, or the first decision point, is which of these 2 options make the most sense for the corridor. And then the 13 and over under is more of, a cost or there's other factors into it.
That's what I saw.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. The Quadrant, the green T provides access to and from 13 from Nicollet. Access to 35W is just north of the bridge with the ramp that's showing there. And then westbound traffic ends up being free-flowing. There's no need to signalize it like it is today. The Parklow is a more traditional interchange. So eastbound traffic or access to and from eastbound 13 happens on the south side of the road. Access to and from westbound 13 happens on the north side of the road. That the signal just north of the bridge also is your access to 35W. Some of the key differences between these, the Parklow on the right, from a traffic perspective, traffic flows a lot more efficiently with that, which can be anticipated without the signal. It's faster travel times through the corridor, faster travel times to the heart of the city. So it operates much more efficiently and with lower traffic times. The Parklow also is significantly better for transit times, particularly for westbound transit stops for MBTA, their express route. Going with the Parklow is about 5 minutes less per route because instead of the quadrant where they have to go through that chain of signals twice, they have a direct access with the Parklow to their station. From a safety perspective, the Parklow, being a freeway and not having a signal, is safer for people. You can anticipate less crashes and less severe crashes with that alternative. So there's that safety component is better with the Parklow. Maintenance from a plowing standpoint, the Parklow is a lot more efficient and easier to plow with trucks because they can just continue on through, whereas the quadrant will likely cause multiple passes and kind of circular driving to get that plowed during snow events. Cost, as you alluded to, the Parklow is more expensive. A lot of the benefits that come with it do come with an added cost to it. It's approximately 13 to 16 million more expensive from a construction cost standpoint. One thing to note with that is we have done a benefit cost analysis for that. And while it is 13 to 16 million more, when you actually look at the benefits of it, it provides $24 million in long-term value for the 13 to 16 million. So it's about 1.6 times better in value in terms of safety, crash savings, vehicle operating costs, travel time savings as well. So the value is there in terms of long-term value that the Parklow has versus the quadrant.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
I just want to point out two things that when we saw these before. Set cost aside, which one is clearly the smarter play? Do we put all of that money in and still have a light on Highway 13? That makes no sense whatsoever. Number two, it also keeps the same crash potential present because the current crash and pedestrian situation.
No, I get it.
Right? It's not
Yeah.
gonna change. I mean, you have people that'll just blow that light and slam
Yeah.
into somebody.
Yeah.
And I thought the whole point of redoing the 13 corridor was get rid of the lights. Keep traffic moving through there
Yeah.
and make it safer, right?
No,
For
I get
cross
it.
traffic.
But the thing is, as soon as they get through and where we are, because there's a big gap, then who's paying the 13 and?
Totally get it.
So-
I just, to
No,
me, it's ludicrous to put, even if it's $13 million more, what's the price of quadrant? You're gonna put all those many millions in and still have a light on 13?
Yeah.
Doesn't pass the intelligence test to me
Saying
right
do it
there.
right the first time?
Pardon?
You're saying do it right the first time?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Otherwise, we're gonna go back and take it out
Yeah.
at a higher cost later on.
okay. I get it.
Sorry.
Right now, with everything else that's on our plate and all the cost of all of those, you look at it and you say, but I think once you get through, Kyle, and look at all of the cost analysis, because when I look at it and
How much
you
was
did,
5
you
and
did,
13?
you did talk about the savings on Nicollet.
How much was 5 and 13 when we first thought it was
Oh,
gonna-
God.
and what did it,
Was
right?
about
It went
15
from 20 million to
million,
48
and we
million.
ended up at
And we
43.
didn't do anything different. It just went up in price that much.
Yeah,
So,
well, but we'll, please continue.
Okay,
Because
thank you.
we jumped to the price right away. I'm sorry for doing that.
well, he brought it up.
Yeah, well, I know it, and I,
He brought it
and I,
up.
and apo-
He brought
and I
it up. Yeah, he brought it up. I
apologize.
was just building it.
And I apologize, because it was like, when I was reading through it, and I'm going, okay,
And speaking on behalf of META,
Well,
that
you're
like
saving,
Italian for whatever that design is? Parcel?
Yeah, it's a partial clover leaf.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Parcel.
yeah,
So the parclo obviously is hugely beneficial to MBTA and safety
Yeah.
as well.
okay.
Yeah, so to address the topic of pedestrian safety, both of these options actually provide much improved pedestrian access through the corridor. So one key thing to note is pedestrians are no longer going to be directly crossing 13 and the live traffic that's on 13. Both options provide very similar pedestrian access on both sides of the corridor, so you don't need to be on one side to cross. You can walk where you're walking. And each leg you're crossing more of a local traffic style roadway and intersections. Primary crossings are at signalized intersections, which provides additional safety. And any crossing distances that are wider, we provide median refuges for safety and comfortable going through there. One thing to note is the quadrant option where 13 goes under does have the ability to have a grade separated pedestrian access. One thing to note with that though is in that one situation that would be a local cost because an at-grade option is available. Moving to the decision of 13 over or under. Highway 13 over from a or Highway 13 under from a groundwater standpoint, there were, in our soil borings, there was evidence of groundwater above the elevation that 13 would be. We're evaluating whether that is actual groundwater or just perched water, but that would be a project risk that we would carry if Highway 13 going under is selected. From a drainage and ponding standpoint, Highway 13 going over has a lot more options for ponding and a lot easier drainage because we're not cutting down the highway so low. Staging utility relocations, the Highway 13 going over will likely result in a shorter construction duration. Grades from Highway 13 to Nicollet are about 5% either way. There's some pros and cons to that, which I can get into if you're interested. Just noting that up there, going up or down has some intricacies to it. Cost, I think it's $6 to $10 million less for 13 to go over. So there's a cost savings there. And then from a visual quality, noise wall standpoint, oops. Here's an example of 13 going over without a noise wall on it, and then applying a noise wall to it. That's kind of what a noise wall would look like. Beyond the limits of the bridge, the noise wall limits would have to be analyzed as part of our noise wall evaluation. But we wanted to at least show you a graphic of what that would look like with 13 going over. In case there's any questions before we move on to the next segment.
The most efficient is Parklow, and the most expensive.
And 13 going over.
Yeah.
If you do 13 over, you save $6 million on
Yeah.
that portion of the highway that kind of helps bring down the cost of Parklow?
Yeah, so the 6 to 10 million is applied to both the quadrant or the Parklow. So either one, it's an additional $6 to $10 million for 13 to go underneath Nicollet.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is there's a lot of excavation, a lot of staging considerations.
Yeah, and then Nicollet over with the noise wall, because I think that's still the $10 million savings?
Well, 13 over is the savings.
Yeah, 13 over
Yeah.
is the $10 million savings, yes.
Yeah,
Yep, and that's with Nicollet going under.
yeah, Nicollet under. That's what I'm looking at.
Any other questions on Nicollet before I move on to the other part of the corridor?
Yeah, Vince?
not a question of real significance, but, we're, and I don't remember if we discussed this, but we're re-priming that bridge to have lighting underneath of it, like we were gonna do on the Parkway Bridge. Like changing the lighting schemes if we wanted to do that.
Yeah, so that's a different project, the Parkway Bridge.
No, just
I know.
saying, do we
Can you
want
do
to
it
do
to
the
this
same
one?
aesthetics here?
Oh, the
Like,
same
Are we
aesthetic,
applying
yeah.
that to this or not?
I don't know. I think there's going to be a cost, right, Logan?
Logan?
If we're going to put lights on
Get an
them,
allocation.
yeah.
Mark's gonna run string lights underneath it when it's done.
Councilman Workman,
Yeah,
we're
Hire
not,
the city lights and put them under the bridge.
yeah,
we're not to that level in design yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say it's generally feasible with either design alternative, if
yeah,
that's
and
the
you can look
council's
at the
wishes.
alternative for that.
Just seems in that part of town that we would wanna
Yeah.
incorporate that if we could.
Agreed.
Well, so it's the concept of let's do it right when we're going to do it.
Yeah.
And so,
They last long and you save money in the long run
Yeah.
when you do right the first time.
yeah. I'm just being very risk
Government, we don't
averse
do that.
with all the money that's
With a
being
program.
spent. Okay,
Just want to give a update on the rest of the corridor. So this area is concentrating on the area between Lynn and Washburn.
Yeah.
We do have 4 alternatives that we're progressing, our screening, and through discussion with our project management team, things are trending towards the Freeway 8 option being selected. I just want to give a quick highlight on what this option is. So the 3 interchanges that you're seeing here are 3 different intersections, really operate together as kind of a partnership. I'm gonna actually move from the east side to the west side, so from the right side of the screen to the
yeah,
left.
so from Savage to Burnsville.
I'm gonna move from Burnsville to Savage, so I'm gonna start at Washburn.
Oh, you're gonna, okay,
Yep, yeah. It's a little less intuitive than most things are explained, but you'll see as I go through it why. So Washburn is pretty close to County Road 5, which means we cannot have a bridge at Washburn that provides cross-corridor access and have exits and entrances. We have alternatives that have a bridge at Washburn for cross-corridor access without any access points. This option eliminates that cross-corridor access because there's cross-corridor access at the other 2 intersections and at County Road 5, which are all relatively in close proximity to each other. So what this does is it gets rid of that cross-corridor access, but it provides an exit and an entrance to 13. Of particular note is with waste management on the north side, this allows, and a lot of traffic generators on the north side, this allows for much more efficient traffic circulation through this area. With getting rid of that cross-corridor access at Washburn and adding the entrance and the exit, it allows us to greatly simplify the Chowan interchange. On the north side, we do not need an entrance like we have in the other options, because that's provided at the roundabout to the west. Chowan still is a primary access as the main area for all of eastbound traffic to exit 13 in this area. They can also exit at County Road 5, but this acts as a good way to get people into that area to the south.
yeah. Logan, when we had the check-in, Chowan is one where, so that people on bikes and walking can go over that bridge and then can take that frontage road and then access the greenway?
That's correct. Chowan would be closest to the proposed greenway route crossing up 13, yes.
And that would be the safest also.
Yeah, any
Because
of those
Washburn
grade
isn't.
separated crossings would be required really for the greenway to cross 13.
Yeah,
So that's where Chowan is shown with the grade separated
Yeah.
crossing.
because I remember, okay,
I think this manages that rough, a steady stream. It's a parade of trucks on Chowan coming from the north, and it's a big cluster right now. This would manage that as you pointed out, it would keep it flowing and out of that area instead of backing up the way it does today.
Well, the port is really important because it's the largest inland port, I believe, in the state, right? Duluth is the biggest, and then the Savage port.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
the
seeing
specific
these,
statistics of that. I know this is a major freight and freight corridor with those ports.
Yeah, for all of the agricultural product that moves out of the state of Minnesota. So I'm seeing you nod your head,
Yep.
Lisa.
And then the roundabout, or the bridge and the roundabout to the west of Chowan, so on the left side of the screen, the benefits of that is that provides access to and from Highway 13, so you can get off and onto it. It's a lot more efficient for moving traffic into downtown Savage and to the south side of the road. But what's really beneficial about this is it separates that port traffic, Savage freight traffic from regular vehicle traffic right by their entrance. Because what happens is railroads, the railroad goes through there, it can stop and block up this area. They now have an area to queue up as they're trying to get past that. From a funding perspective, we're following a multi-step process. So first step is determining MnDOT funding eligibility. We're progressing that currently, determine what is MnDOT cost, what would be local, and what would be split costs. We're also looking at the funding source eligibility, what each funding source can be applied, because there's multiple pots of money here that have been secured. So it's what can we use that money for? And then once we have a recommended alternative, we can develop some detailed cost estimates using steps 1 and 2. And then what we would do is we'd put together a funding matrix that really identifies where money can flow for the different funding sources and where gaps exist.
So right now, I'm looking at the funding that's being secured. Okay. So these are the schedules. Are you gonna get to the funding?
Yeah, I have those. I have those slides available.
Oh, okay.
From a schedule and milestone standpoint, again, we're looking to get to a recommended alternative this month so that we can really start progressing our design. Layout approval would be later this year. Environmental clearance would be spring, summer of next year. Nicollet is going to be a design build project, so that letting will be in November of 2026. And the rest of the corridor is anticipated to be let in the summer of 2027. From a construction standpoint, we anticipate the design build at Nicollet to start sometime in the winter, maybe some crossovers and some tree clearing. With the end date kind of to be determined, we need to advance the design a little further to get you a schedule for that. Whereas Quinton to Washburn will be fall of 27 to fall of 2030 is the estimated time frame. Future council actions, municipal consent will be needed for the project. Cooperative agreements, there'll be 2 separate ones for Nicollet and for the Quinton to Washburn because they're one's design built and one's not. So with that open discussion, I can fast forward to.
Yeah, right there.
There you go.
It's very hard to read from
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. So Kyle, that's today's dollars that you have for what Burnsville needs to come up with.
This slide, Madam Mayor, is just the secured funds to date.
Yeah,
It's not showing what the anticipated cost gap is because we don't
yeah,
have.
because you have a $25
We're still
million
$25 million on Nicollet,
raised
13, right?
grant that you're trying to go after.
Correct, we have an active pending grant application for Nicollet. Yep, that's correct.
You got any pull, Madam Mayor? Because we're going to need all the help we can get. The pot of money shrank so small that.
There is a funding gap when you look at the entire corridor.
Yeah.
The anticipation is once we get to a preferred alternative, we can hone in those costs and really understand what the cost would be per agency and find out what the funding gaps are. And then the goal would be just to work with all the partners involved in this project to figure out how can we bridge those gaps. You have the RAISE grant funding. Hopefully that is successful. But yeah, the approach would be that this is a corridor that affects multiple cities, counties, so it would be coming together as a team and trying to figure out how we can get the project delivered.
You know, to all of you who have been working on this, because we've been working on this corridor, Kyle and Lisa, and Brian, how long? 20 years? On this 13 corridor? I mean, look at, well, you know,
That's
Savage has
probably
done a
close.
lot going to the west.
Yep.
So just think about how long we've been working on this corridor. Then we did 13 and 5. That's been a while. We're still trying to improve it. And coming down to Nicollet, that's been a long journey to get to Nicollet, to fix it.
I'd say Scott County's been
And
leading the
Scott
way, and
County
we're a
has
little bit
been
slow.
a great partner.
Yeah, they've been.
Yeah,
Yep.
a
lot of
great
work.
partner. So to all of you, thank you so much for all the work that goes into all of this, because I'm sure that since we started all this work, the price tag continues to go up. Doesn't go down, it just keeps going up, so. But at least I can see something happening at Nicollet. Because I remember the discussions on Chowan and trying to get people across 13. That's been a long journey. Trying to connect the south to the Greenway to the north. And it's been a long journey. And now we have at least some solutions here. Now it's the money. The money for Chowan, the money for Nicollet. So, any other comments?
Which office of Bolton and Mink are you out of?
Burnsville office.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yay, very
I was kind of
good.
hoping you'd say it.
Yep,
And Nicolet's going to impact you
absolutely.
and
but-
your travel.
Yeah.
If you can get across the bridge to get to your office.
Yeah.
On the parkway.
Yeah, Mark.
One other quick follow-up item, Mayor. I just want to give a quick shout out to Logan and his team, because the reality is if this moves on this schedule, we will have major construction on 35 and 13 for the next 6 years.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And so
know,
the
I'm
impact that
already getting,
has on the community as well
And
as,
so is
as
fair.
well as how we're being strategic and thoughtful in terms of how we're managing our own projects. And so that's quite a lift. So I want to give a shout out to Logan and the team for just really trying to think and coordinate, not only among the great partners we have here, we have Scott County in the room as well, but just how that's going to impact us and our continued invest in infrastructure moving forward. There's a lot of moving pieces, and hopefully they'll keep moving forward.
and Logan, don't give up on those raised grants. I know this is the third time we're going after it?
Madam Mayor, I believe it's the 4th.
The fourth? I know so don't give up, Logan.
Just keep swimming.
I'm not giving
Keep
up.
swimming.
He's the optimist in the crowd.
We need that money, and so that would be great. So just keep applying
Will do.
and learning from each of those debrief meetings on why we didn't make it. Because I remember saying, Logan, are you debriefing with the Department of Transportation? So that we know what we did right and what we need to improve on, so. Any other comments for Logan and Kyle and Lisa and Brian?
No, it's good to see you, Lisa. Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
And Lisa.
Thank
Two
you.
Lisas.
yeah. Yeah, thank you, Lisa, for all of the work, yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Whenever
Really
Lisa
appreciate it.
freezes in the room, you know it's a big project.
Huh?
Big deal.
Yeah.
Lisa Freeze comes only when it's
Yeah.
big stuff.
And you're in the presence of greatness.
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you get the feedback that you needed?
Yes, we did. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council.
Okay. We're just excited that we at least are seeing a light.
At the end of the bridge.
Seeing something
I had to.
happening, yeah.
It was right there.
And thank you to Scott County, thank you to Scott County for all of their partnership. Not only for this project, but also for 13 and 5. And how we got that done, so thank you. Okay, if you got what you needed from us, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for the time, and thank you for all of the great work and staying dedicated on it, even though it's taking us a lot of years to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council
Thank you.
members.
Thank you.
Okay. I hope there's still sunshine you can enjoy. Yeah. Okay, with that, before we get into another big topic for us, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Okay, and then we'll reconvene. Okay, hello, everyone. We are back from a break, and we are item 3 of the agenda for our work session, and that is the Economic Development Strategic Framework update. And it's an update from our Deputy Community Development Director, Travis Bistodo. So Travis, the floor is yours, and welcome Beth Weber,
Thank you,
our
Mayor.
Economic Development
Thank you, Mayor.
Coordinator.
Thank you, council members. I recognize and appreciate your stamina, so I will try to be brief. This item is intended to be a progress report of our draft Economic Development Strategic Framework that Beth and Jeff and I have been working on for the past 5 months or so. We're here following direction that was provided by the council back in the fall, seeking your feedback and any course corrections that you all see in the draft framework as we move towards finalizing the strategy. The framework itself is intended to be a document that guides economic development in the city for the next 3 to 5 years, but it was not created in a vacuum, and it's not intended to be used in a vacuum. As our new comprehensive plan moves forward, as we move forward with the community visioning project, we'll continue to use this document and intend for it to evolve with our changing economic development needs over time. With that said, an economic development plan typically has 4 key components. It's used to attract new business investment to our city, enhance our competitiveness with other adjacent cities or regional cities. It's used to support local business, and it's used to support our workforce. The direction that we heard from council last fall was, once we had kind of an initial framework, was to engage the community, update it with current data, and we're using our recently completed housing and commercial needs assessment that Stantec produced for us, which is a wealth of information. Narrow our focus and add specificity, and then finalize that framework with some proposed draft strategies, which I'll be sharing with you this evening. As a community development professional, I'm very excited about where we've landed. This is an exciting economic development plan, and believe me, I've looked at a lot of them nationwide. I've looked at a lot of them across the state. What I think we have here is really an exciting project. Where we've landed is something that's much more right-sized than we've had in the past. It's something that we can take hold of, grab, and our small but mighty economic development team, which is pretty much myself and Beth, can actively work on these strategies to try to move the needle in economic development in Burnsville. It also focuses on strategies that go above and beyond day-to-day economic development work. supporting the Burnsville Mall and enhancing and activating the mall space, supporting Buck Hill, supporting County Road 42. Those are all regular economic development work that we should be working on anyway. The things that we're identifying here are above and beyond that day-to-day regular work. It's also very specific and actionable. Like I mentioned before, there are tasks that we've identified in here that we can move in the next 3 to 5 years that will make a difference in terms of our competitiveness in the region. And then it also focuses on what makes Burnsville unique. What you heard in the housing and commercial needs assessment is that our industrial and medical districts are really unique for this part of the state and the metro area, and we should lean into those strengths and continue to grow those to make us even more competitive than we are now. So we've boiled down the previous objectives, I think there was 6 of them or so, into 3 core objectives, and those are enhancing our economic strengths and igniting new business growth, targeting and supporting redevelopment and development opportunities where they exist in Burnsville, and then strengthening our economic development partnerships. So on that first objective, enhancing our economic strengths, what we propose to do is work on industrial and medical land use preservation projects, specifically developing overlay districts. And what that would look like is, from a staff perspective, we would identify those core medical and industrial areas, including current encroachments where we have some challenges in those existing areas. And then we would draft a draft overlay district. From that, we would take that to the community and engage folks and say, does it make sense for us to identify these overlay areas and protect them from further encroachment? And then the other benefit is we could use it as a marketing tool. So, you know, as a relatively new employee to Burnsville, I didn't realize that we had the strengths that we do in the industrial and medical spaces that we have in Burnsville. And then once we go through that process, those would come forward through the Planning Commission and through the City Council if we actually wanted to implement overlay districts. Another key strategy that you heard in the Housing and Commercial Needs Assessment was to work towards supporting workforce housing. And in my mind, that has kind of 2 pieces. One is supporting workforce housing is a long-term issue. It's a long-term strategy. There's a long game there. And there's only so much that we can do. But
And you're doing a very fine job already.
I appreciate that, Mayor.
Yeah,
We're
with
working on
all
it.
of the new product in the heart of the city.
Yes. We have hundreds of new affordable housing units that have been constructed in recent years, and that is moving the needle. But what I would encourage the council to consider is, as new projects continue to come forward, and I believe we will continue to see that the council consider supporting them. Not necessarily financially, but through community engagement and through zoning action where needed. So that's kind of the overarching just support of workforce housing. The second piece is we have a major new tool in the toolbox, which is local affordable housing aid, which will provide probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $800,000 to $900,000 annually that we can utilize to support workforce housing if the council chooses. And that too will move the needle. And I would also just
Is that the local affordable housing fund?
aid, yes, LAHA
Yeah.
is how it's commonly referred to, yes.
Yeah, okay, so we need to make sure that it comes directly to us and not to the county.
Agreed. And I, you know, for what it's worth, I appreciate the council has stepped up and said, we want this money to come to us.
Yeah.
Other jurisdictions in Dakota County have said, nope, we're gonna route that funding directly to the county. But I appreciate the courage that you all have in saying, we're gonna take these dollars and we know what's best for our community and we're gonna invest in them. That local affordable housing aid, LAHA strategy, will be coming forward to you all in a month in another work session.
So the legislature isn't taking that away from us just yet, am I correct?
That is my understanding. There is a bill that's
Yeah,
proposed
that
to
is
shunt
in there.
all of that money.
There's a bill in there
I
that
think it's moving very
redirects
good.
it to the county.
Correct, all of it.
I know, I did not like that.
Who authored that bill, by the way?
Huh?
Who authored the bill?
Lindsay Ford, Senator.
Yikes.
Madam Mayor, council members, what I have heard about that particular bill is, it doesn't have much in the way of legs, and I think it's
what I've been
stalled
hearing
out,
too.
but a lot of other cities are concerned about where
Yeah.
that's going.
Yeah, we're not the only one.
Yep.
Because, so I learn about a lot of this stuff is,
Yep. All right, still within objective one, another strategy that we've identified is to do a better job of monitoring and marketing our existing commercial spaces. So identifying leases that are coming due, why people are moving, what new spaces folks are looking for, and try to be involved more on marketing those spaces to bring new business into the city. And then last within this objective is to develop with city council support any specific projects or programs to support new small business within the city. So that would be programmatic improvements 3 to 5 years down the pike. So shifting gears a little bit to supporting development opportunities and redevelopment opportunities, one of the key things that we could do is focus, and it came up a little bit earlier this evening, focus on brownfield identification and cleanup. We've already had some initial conversations with Dakota County. They're interested in partnering with Burnsville to do a broad analysis of where brownfields exist and develop a strategy to clean those up, and then use those sites as new locations where business can come in and redevelop within Burnsville. The second is to explore additional programming for our commercial and industrial and medical districts, so facade improvement programs, tax abatement programs, a whole host of tools that we could develop internally that would support those key industrial and commercial strengths that we have in Burnsville that are unique to our city. Third is to develop a long-term use strategy. Beth and I are currently working on selling 2 city-owned parcels. There are other parcels that the city owns that are underutilized. I think it would be wise to take some time and look at those parcels and come up with a strategy on any of those that we perhaps want to market for resale and redevelopment. And then the same is true for underutilized privately owned land as well. Since I've come to the city of Burnsville, I've identified, and my team has helped, identify a number of underutilized spaces in Burnsville that perhaps we could work with the property owner, find out what's holding them back, and then help market those spaces for redevelopment opportunities.
the church on 5 and McAndrews.
Yep. Madam Mayor, Councilmember, that is one of the sites that we've identified. Yep. Still within the development and redevelopment bucket, one of the things we'd like to do is take a closer look at our development review process. There's a whole process that customers go through when they want to redevelop or develop a site in Burnsville. So take some time and work with the whole committee that works on that team to evaluate that process to make sure we have the most competitive and easiest to use development review process while still providing a quality product. But we want to make it simple for folks to do business in Burnsville and build out new businesses here. We also want to continue to assist developers with our environmental remediation work, like the work that Beth did at the Capstone project. And more of that will come to fruition once we have a better understanding of what our brownfields look like within the city. And then third, we want to enhance our partnerships with local and regional entities. So Greater MSP, the Chamber, Met Transit, MVTA, the school districts, and other organizations, but not just limited to other units of local government, but also area businesses, especially our large employers like Buck Hill, which is a regional entertainment and sports activity draw, Collins Aerospace, some of those bigger employers. And then we also want to do an improved job coordinating with other cities, understanding what projects they're working on, any opportunities that they may have that dovetail with some of ours to ensure that we're providing, making the whole region, not just Burnsville, but the southern Twin Cities area more competitive than, say, the north. And that's it. It's a much tighter, more narrow-focused economic development plan, which is part of the reason I'm excited about it, because I feel like we can grab the bull by the horns and start taking proactive measures to enhance our competitiveness. And the question that I have before council is does this meet your expectations? Is there anything that we should improve upon?
Okay.
I think it looks good. I like your approach of working with business and housing, because they're equally important in my mind, that you need strong, safe neighborhoods for good businesses to be here, and you need good businesses so you have strong, safe housing. They kind of go hand in hand. So I think that kind of dual approach works very well.
Okay. Vince?
Very good. I like everything I just heard.
Okay. Kara?
I have no objections to it. The only things that aren't answered, and I think are assumptions that we all make, is people that live outside of Burnsville and they're working inside of Burnsville, and the assumption is that, of course, they would want to live in Burnsville. Why not? We're better than any other city. I agree with that. However, I do think many people purposefully do not live in Burnsville. They live in a slightly more rural area, and they're fine and happy with the drive because they're looking for a different lifestyle. They want to live in a smaller town. They want to live south of the cities. They don't want to be in the cities, but they do like the higher hourly wage they can get in Burnsville, or salary. So, I think what I wish, and I'm not saying that our staff do this, but what I wish is that someone such as like League of Cities or the Chamber or something like that would do more research into why do people not live and work in the same town? And is it up to us to use that as a metric of what's good or not? So I don't know on those metrics, like, is that a negative or is that a positive? I don't know on that because I don't know the information. So if anyone on League of Cities is listening, or the Chamber or something like that would be valuable information for cities to have.
Dan Kay? Oh,
Madam Mayor,
did you want to?
Councilmember, the only thing that jumps to mind with that question is the proof is kind of in the pudding. When we build, when new affordable units are built in Burnsville, like is happening with the MWF project and the ROARS project, I know those are rented out. I don't know about the ROARS, but the MWF one is anticipated to be rented out as it opens. So the demand, I know that the demand for affordable units exists.
Because
And
their
that-
occupancy rates are high.
Correct.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that there's not a demand for affordable housing. But even when people jump into that affordable housing, are they working in Burnsville?
I see.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, now do you get what I'm saying
Yeah.
on this?
Yeah.
There's a lot of reasons for, like, someone might choose to live in Burnsville and actually they work in the, like, hellhole of Bloomington, right? They don't want to live in Bloomington.
get
I don't
sued.
blame them. Who would want to live there? But, that's how that works. I know, traitor. But,
Travis lives in Bloomington.
He lives in
I know.
prestigious West Bloomington.
well.
Not that.
Yes. But you know what I'm saying, or, or they love it because they can hop on the bus and they can go right into the core of the Twin Cities and work there. So, and I'm not saying no on affordable housing, and I'm not saying that if we built it, it wouldn't be snapped up. absolutely it would. I just don't know on the metric of, like, how valuable is it using the metric of saying how many people, like, what is the percentage that live and work in your city when you are in a metro area?
Okay, okay. Dan Kay?
I thought it was a great presentation, and you've got a certain level of energy and enthusiasm that you're bringing to this project, and not saying anything bad about anybody that preceded you, but you just have a hunger or appetite to get some stuff done and mitigate these properties and, you know, really get out and be proactive in dealing with these things instead of just sort of throwing a sign and letting it happen when it happens, or, you know, being responsive and not proactive with those privately owned properties. So I'm thrilled. I appreciate your energy and enthusiasm, and I'm sure we're gonna get stuff done.
Yes, Travis.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember, and I should have led with this. I'm not the sole owner of this document. We did have a consultant craft the initial version,
Stantec.
which you all
Yeah,
saw.
because we saw the first version of the Stantec.
Correct.
Yeah.
However, I've had two critical thought partners who also bring the same energy and enthusiasm to this work.
Yeah.
And that's our director, Jeff Thompson, as well as Beth Weber, our community, I should get this right, economic development coordinator.
Coordinator. See, I had to learn that because first I was calling her a manager, and then she whispered to me, she says, I'm a coordinator.
Yes. So I'm the messenger tonight, but it's very much a team effort, and we all worked on this quite hard over the past couple months to develop something that will hopefully move the needle for Burnsville. So I
Yeah.
appreciate the compliment, but it certainly should not just land on my shoulders.
So, first of all, thank you very much for a great report, and thank you for shepherding the work with Stantec. Because one of the slides in the first Stantec report to us when they came in talked about how many people travel out of Burnsville for jobs and how many people travel into Burnsville for jobs. So they gave an overview, and this is not just Burnsville, but all over, economic development or job seekers are not held to where they live because they're looking for jobs where the jobs are. Or if they choose to live somewhere else, but they work here, there's a reason for that. And a good reason is our public safety personnel don't want to be living in the city they work. But that's okay. And so, you know, and that's an example, but to your original point, are we going down the right direction? From the last report and what we had directed all of you to do with regard to our industrial district, and also what drives us, our medical campus, that we want that to be a destination driver for us. And you're doing that. And I liked what you all have done, and I think it is page where you're talking about the medical district, because you're proposing to do an overlay, and we've done overlays in this community. And so in bringing that overlay district preserves that medical campus so that someone doesn't come in and say, oh, we want to bring in a school. Or some kind of other use rather than the medical use. So the overlay district gives that protection over non-medical uses. So I thought that was well done, and that you're going to bring a proposal, this overlay proposal, to the property owners and have a conversation with them and to see what they think about that. That's on page 25 of your report. Thank you for that. And in economic development, housing is a very important part of all of that. And you do a great job of identifying that some of the activities that you have are either long-term, medium, or low, and you define all of that on page 23 with what that means. So short-term is probably around 3 years, midterm is about 5 years, and long-term is 10 years. And I like what you said, that this is an evolving document. So as things change, it's sort of a living document that moves with what the economy is and what the needs are. So the question that you had before us is that, is it meeting the direction that, so from my perspective, yes, especially when we're going with the industrial district to commercial, and then also our drivers, our market drivers, and what we want to preserve. So I believe that that's it. The retail market is also a trend that you refer to, and so you're taking into consideration all of the indicators that make up a vibrant economic development strategy. So thank you. I think you're on the right track. I like the fact that you say that it's a living, breathing document that will always be changing. The other thing is, so this is a document that's a living and breathing document. Then we're coming up and doing a visioning process, and then we're going to have a comp plan. So if I understand it, this document will fold into those plans, correct?
Madam Mayor, this document is intended, one of the things it's intended to do is help implement the economic development chapter of our existing comp plan, but it would also evolve with time as we develop the next the 2050 comprehensive plan, which we'll start working on this year.
Yeah.
So perhaps this document would serve the 2050 plan. I suspect it won't, and that we would need to kind of revisit it in another 3 to 5 years and come up with a updated strategy, especially after we start taking off some of the low-hanging fruit that are identified in this proposed plan.
So I like that, because when we look at a comp plan, it's a 10-year outlook. This is an evolving plan that will address our economic market as it continues to evolve and change. Okay. And I like that you also compared us to other cities and what they're doing. Great work. Yeah, so from what I'm hearing from everybody, you're on the right track, and that's what you wanted to hear from us tonight, correct?
That's correct, Mayor. And if I can, just an update on next steps. So following this meeting, our strategy is to engage the stakeholders who helped shape this plan initially. They haven't seen this version of it. The last version that they've seen was what was shared last fall. So we go back to them and say, here's what we're thinking, collect some additional feedback. The EDC has asked for a presentation in May as well. We're anticipating presenting there, getting their feedback incorporated, and then we would bring this back to the council for final adoption. So the version that you have in front of you might look a little bit different than what you're seeing now, but would be similar.
But this is an evolution of the first report that Stantec presented to us last year. So thank you for doing a great job of shepherding this.
Great.
Really appreciate it. And thank you, Beth, for staying and being present.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
And
thank
doing
Jeff.
half the heavy lifting as well, just to be
Yeah.
just to be clear.
Yeah. So thank you to the whole team, Jeff and you and Beth and everybody. Thank you so much. Nicely done.
Thank you.
And I see the progression from last year's report by Stantec and then your report. Okay?
Thank you, Mayor.
Everybody? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, the next one. And this is our fire department standard of response coverage presentation, and this is an information update. No action is required. And our fire chief, BJ Jungman, is presenting. Chief, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Thanks for having us tonight. I'll try and keep this brief as I know we're getting late into the evening. So please stop me as we go if you have any questions. So about 5 years ago, we did our first standards of cover in a number of years, and that really helped kind of level set where we are at and some of our challenges. We have now updated that with current information up to through our 2024 data. And our 3 assistant chiefs and Deb, our data analyst, are here, and they did a lot of heavy lifting, and it's been a very collaborative process to come up with this document. As you can see, is a couple hundred pages of thorough analysis of the department and risk assessment and all those kinds of things. So we'll, at a high level, go through it, and then in the full report, there's a lot more information.
So Chief, you want to introduce our new Assistant Chief Fire Marshal?
Sure.
To us? I mean, we've seen all of the written introductions, but
Yeah.
this is the first time.
Yeah, so Assistant Chief Nate Voice here with us tonight. He's filling our fire marshal role. Came to us from Egan. He's been a known commodity to the city of Burnsville. He was on the Dakota County Special Operations Team, which we worked very closely with them for the last 15 years. He was in Egan for, 18 years, something like that. He was a battalion chief over in Egan and worked for a fire suppression company prior to being full-time in Egan. So he's been a great addition and fitting in with our team very well, and we're excited to have him. We're glad he chose Burnsville. So.
Yeah, thank you for saying yes to Burnsville and being part of our team. Thank you so much, and welcome.
Take a photo
Welcome.
and send it to my friends on the Egan Council and say, haha.
Well, that's
Yeah.
a good idea.
Yeah. So,
I feel like I'm gonna
welcome,
get some phone calls.
Assistant Chief Boyd. Yeah,
Get some poaching.
okay.
Right.
And to the team, Terry and Neil and Deb, it's good to see you all. Thank you so much for all the work that you do.
Yeah, I think it's important to recognize that last year we changed Deb's position to a data analyst. She's promoted to data analyst. So she's been doing a lot of this work, but she's been able to focus full-time now on really the data work and our systems in the department, and it's made a huge difference in the past year of being able to refine things. So huge shout out to Deb and all her work.
Well, thank you. You're the one who gives out, writes all those reports on a monthly basis that we receive? Okay.
Yep. So, as you saw in the standards of cover, there's really, 6 different components: the community baseline, the risk assessment, the services provided, system performance, the recommendations, and how we're going to measure compliance. So we'll jump into community baseline to start with. When you compare back to 1985, which was our first full year of providing ambulance service and fire service to the community, we were at just under 2,000 calls, 1,959. And we had 31 FTEs, and then you fast forward to 2024, we had 9,821 calls with 55 FTEs. So a significant jump as the community has developed. When we look at that and we project that future, taking the last 15 years and projecting 10 years into the future, that puts us at about 13,390 calls if nothing changes. That is just based on the past 15-year trend, looking forward 10 years. So if the risk model changes within the community, that could definitely change the projection, but at least gives us some place to start with when we start to look at what should we be preparing for in the department. We also look at demographics, because demographics are a huge driver of risk. The U.S. Fire Service has identified a number of things such as age, income level, education, all those kinds of things start to determine different risk levels for both fire and EMS calls. So it's important for us to understand the demographics. When you start to look at that, you see that really the core of our population is between 25 and 74 years old. I would ask you to keep an eye on that 55 to 74-year-old number, and we're going to come back to that in a minute, but that's about 25% of our population is between 55 to 74.
That's a big percentage.
It is a big percentage. And
peeps.
There are peeps, yep. When you look at it from a demographic standpoint, we have 28% that have a household with one or more children under 18. Young children are also a higher risk for us. And then the elderly are a higher risk. So we have basically 2,900 households that have one person 65 or older living in them. And we have 7,300 that have one or more 65 years or older. So when you look at it, about 29% of our housing stock has a senior in it. And then you add people with disabilities, about 12% of our populations identifies as having a disability in our community. When we look at language, English is spoken primarily in 79% of our population, and then other languages in 21%. Then we start to look at income, and particularly the lower income. If you look at it, we've got about 25% of our population as a total household income lives on less than $50,000. So we move
That's
into
an
the.
interesting graph.
Yep.
Simply because when I look to find out what is the income level average, it's usually around 75.
Yep.
And yet that's 13%, and over 100,000 is 43%.
Yeah.
It's voluntary data too, correct?
Yeah.
You can't
It's
pull
not forced. I mean,
any, like, tax, so it's all just people responding willfully to surveys?
To serve.
And then-
It's self-reported census data.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you know because of what you have to do. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So when we look at it from a risk lens, because that's really what the fire department is a risk mitigation tool, right, in many ways. And we use a two-axis model, so the vertical axis measures the consequences, the horizontal axis is the probability. And in the middle of that, we look at the distribution, so where does it happen, how often does it happen, and the concentration, how close does it happen together. And I know this is really small to read, but the reality is, you'll see it better in the report. We take a look at many of the different types of incidents we can have. So the top one is a single-family structure fire. The likelihood of it happening is a 5. We know it happens more than once a year. The vulnerability is a 2, so the impact is to that one resident. So it's still high risk, but it's not extreme risk. When you move to the next one, it's multifamily. Likelihood is 5 because we know we have multiple a year of those. But the vulnerability is 4 because it impacts more than one resident, right? We're impacting a whole section of the community when that happens. And so you can see those cascading down with different call types in there from a risk assessment perspective. Then we look at the infrastructure. While we're not responsible for installing or maintaining any of that infrastructure, when something goes wrong, we're responsible for the life safety and property conservation of that infrastructure, whether that's water, sewer, gas, electric, transportation, any of those kinds of things are parts of the thing, parts of the organization we need to be prepared to respond to.
And doesn't that have an impact on our insurance?
Yeah, so the. Madam Mayor,
Because of the water, yeah, I read that in the background.
Yeah, so the water system.
In this big thing.
The water system is evaluated by the Insurance Service Office, ISO.
Yeah.
Called VeriRisk now, and they rate our water system as well as our building and fire marshal department as well as our response. So all those things and Dakota 911, all those are pieces of
The response
fire
time.
rating. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So, yep. Then we start to look by property type, and we compared 2015 to 2024 in this one. So the gray bar is 2014, or is 2015, the blue bar is 2024. What you notice here is a significant increase in residential and a slight decrease in healthcare, detention, and correction. What I would point out here is I don't think there was actually a decrease in the healthcare area. We just started coding it properly, because things like group homes should actually be under residential. Previously, in our previous system, we didn't have rules to make sure it was coded correctly. So that was something we identified in the last standards of cover. So each time we do this, we continue to tweak things to get the things in the right buckets, so we're looking at the right risk model. But as you can see, overwhelmingly, it's residential, and then it gets into healthcare for the majority of our responses. In today's fire service, is different. Fires are hotter and faster than ever. We have larger homes, more open spaces. The fuel load, everything has petroleum in it now. We have more void spaces, the building materials have changed, we have smaller lots, and then we have new technologies, things like solar panels and electric vehicles, micromobility, lithium-ion batteries, things like that, that we have to contend with that we didn't have before. So a study done a number of years ago looked at what's the chance of survival based on how far the fire progresses, and then what's the cost to fix it and how long is the family displaced. And what you can see is if we can keep it to that room of contents, those first two on the left, we have a great chance of civilian survival. Once we get beyond that, survival becomes pretty bleak. So really our goal is how do we keep it to the room of origin? How do we detect it so someone calls us and get there in time to keep that fire to a room of origin? Because then we can have the highest likelihood of survival. One of the major risks for us in our community is the multifamily housing we have, because we have a ton of people concentrated in a small area. Some of that can be higher risk populations, and then the age of the infrastructure becomes a challenge. They were built in times where we didn't have to have sprinkler systems, monitored alarm systems, legacy building codes and fire codes. So it's something we've kept an eye on for a number of years, as you're well aware of. So in this, we're looking at civilian injuries, civilian deaths, and firefighter injuries. And we did different segments. We did 04 to 07, 08 to 11. And then if you remember in 2012, we changed our approach. We got a grant, and we started doing some proactive fire prevention measures in the multifamily, and we also changed our rental licensing ordinance. And what you notice is 2008 to 2011, at our height, we were injuring 4.25 civilians. We had 0.5 civilian deaths on average, and 2.5 firefighter injuries a year just in multifamily dwelling fires. By changing that, we went down to 1 civilian injury and a half firefighter injury per year. What you notice in 2016 to 24 is we're starting to see a little bit of a marked increase there. Not a ton, but enough to pay attention to what's going on there. We also look at it from a dollar loss standpoint, is how much loss are we averaging in these fires? And again, in the height of 08 to 11, we were looking at about 54,000 of contents loss and about 96,000 of property loss. 2012 to 2015, we went down to 2,000 and 8,000. And now you can see in 2020 to 2024, we're starting to come back up to 15,000 and 27,000. So again, those loss dollars aren't anything compared to 08 or 11, but if you compare 2004 and 2007 to 2008 and 2011, we're starting to see that upward trajectory again. So it's just another marker that we want to keep an eye on and making sure that we are doing everything we can to proactively work with these multifamily dwellings. This is just a heat map of all our fire incidents, our structure fires from 2015 to 2024. Over the past 10 years, so 2015 to 2024, this is where our fire incidents were. So our structure fires were 154 in single-family or two-family dwellings, 116 in multifamily, and then all the other property types in the city were 64. So the majority of our fires in residential, which makes sense, that's where people are cooking and spending the majority of their time. But we have quite the split between single-family and multifamily. And I think the importance there is that although we're a suburban community, we tend to have a lot of urban risk. A lot of things you would see in an urban department or an urban city also present themselves in our city.
Is our mix of owner-occupied, that probably has condos in it, but what percentage of the units are single-family versus the multifamily dwelling? Because it seems like the multifamily dwelling has a higher percentage of the potential, right, fire units.
Yep.
Versus, because there's a lot more single-family, right?
You know, Councilmember Keith, are you talking rental licenses in particular, or?
Well, the multifamily dwelling versus a single-family, right? 154, 116, they're off. They're pretty close together.
Yep.
But when you think, how many more single-family
Oh,
units
I see
are
what you're
there
saying.
versus
Yep.
multifamily? Multifamily screams to me as the higher risk, right?
Yep,
Because it's
for sure.
a lot higher number per capita unit or whatever
Yep.
you want to call it, right?
Yeah, that's a great point, Councilmember Keeley. When you normalize it over the number of units, right? I think multifamily, last I knew, we were around 8,000 to 9,000 multifamily units. I couldn't tell you a single family off the top of my head, but it's significantly more than that. So to your point, when you start to average it out how many fires per thousand, units of single family versus multifamily, definitely, it's a higher prevalence in the multifamily. It's a great point. So then when we pinpoint rental licenses on top of that, you start to see some trends where we start to see warmer spots, to exactly your point there about more concentration of fires around rental housing. Now, if we start to look at our EMS risk, I want you to go back to, remember I told you the 55 to 74? And that was 25% of our population. I want you to look here, so the gray bar was 2019 and the blue bar is 2024. And this is the EMS utilization rate per thousand. So if you look at the 80-plus category, 639 out of 1,000 80-plus residents called for an ambulance last year. So you got a 63% chance of calling 911 once you hit 80 for an ambulance. Now, if we talk about 25% of our population is 55 to 74, if that population continues to age in their house, which we expect, and moves to that 80-plus, our call volume is going to continue to exponentiate, right? Because that population is larger than the 80-plus population we have today. So we're seeing that march down the column as far as age and utilization. And then you see 70-79 drops to 23% last year. So 23 out of 1,000 would call us compared to, or 23% out of per 1,000 would call us versus the 63. So I mean, it triples essentially once you hit age 80.
Question on that, your forecast chart for the 10 years looks like a classic forecasting chart, right?
Yep.
Taking the last 15 and it's,
Yep.
here's a trend line. How much of that is influenced by what you just covered? The aging of the population, isn't that gonna put more pressure on it to escalate even faster?
Yeah, Councilmember Keeley, I do think it'll put pressure. There's just no great way to be able to predict that, because how many of those stay in our city? How many, based on average lifespan, how many drop off from the 80-plus category versus how many are added? There's just a lot of things. What we do pay attention to is like the state demographer and things like that.
Yeah.
As they start to show some changes in that information, we can start to use that in our predictions for future volume. But to your point, that analysis we showed you was strictly based on the last 15 years average, not taking the population into account.
Right. I think your forecast is a best case scenario, that reality is gonna be a higher escalation of calls.
Yeah.
Because, and people like to age in place,
Yeah.
they don't really want to, people in Burnsville, I want to stay in Burnsville
Yeah.
instead of going to Florida or Arizona for some reason.
And they're even staying in their two-story
Yeah.
dwelling when it's hard for them to go up and down the
Yeah.
stairs but, they probably don't have a mortgage payment.
I was gonna say, it's a
But
lot
if
of
they
this.
went into assisted
Yeah.
living, now they have a huge payment.
There's a lot of variables.
Yeah, a lot of different variables.
And then when we take our EMS risk and look at it by property use, again, single and two-family dwellings are 1,900 of the calls, and then multifamily are 1,800 of the calls. And then we get to residential board and care, that's really like our group homes. And assisted living, that's 1,200 of the calls. And then we get down to the highway, and then clinics are 400 of the calls. So you start to see that, but again, single-family, multifamily dwelling is where we have the majority of those calls. And then you start to get into kind of special populations that we expect to see those calls. When you take a heat map of all of our EMS incidents, and then you pinpoint all of our facilities of interest, so this is all of our licensed assisted livings, group homes, clinics, hospital, nursing home, all those kinds of healthcare places, again, you start to see places like the Ridges campus be a very hot spot for us to have call volume. When we look at services provided and system performance, just as a reminder of kind of how the response time works, is the top three boxes are things that happen before we know about it, the state of normalcy, the event, and the discovery of the event. 911 is then called, so that's when the alarm transfer time happens. Dakota 911 answers it, and there's a processing time, and then we're notified. NFPA 1221 prescribes the best practice for those next 3 boxes. And then we move into the fire department's time of turnout time, travel time, initiate action, and control and mitigate the event. And really what we focus on are those 2 boxes, the turnout time and the travel time. But the response times we report to you are from when the 911 call happens, from that 4th box from the top, until the end of the travel time, because that is really the community's experience, right? When they call 911 until a fire truck or an ambulance is sitting at their door, is really the number that they experience. And we work very closely with Dakota 911. We're fortunate to have them as partners with us. The biggest thing that we can control here is turnout time. Travel time isn't something that we can control without fixed facilities. So when you look at travel time with the 2 stations, and this is a 6-minute bleed map. So everything in yellow is what Station 2 can get to within 6 minutes. Purple is everything Station 1 can get to in 6 minutes, and then the blue is the overlap. Gray is areas we can't get to within 6 minutes of travel time. So when we look at emergency calls for service, so this is only the ones that we go lights and sirens to, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. We get to 87%, almost 88% within 9 minutes or less. So almost 9 out of 10 community members get us there in 9 minutes or less.
What's the industry standard on that typically?
If you look back to the NFPA standard, it's 4 minutes of travel time, about 6:20, about is the total. Is what
6 minutes?
Yeah. And the challenge with NFPA is the suburban and urban standards are the same, yet the concentrations of population are not.
Yeah.
So that would apply to New York City as well as it would apply to us. So it's a bit challenging,
New
so.
York City has gridlock to get through, but their distance between fire stations is not that big a deal.
So that's why I don't put a lot of emphasis on that, because I think particularly the state we're in and in comparables, a 6-minute drive time is a respectable drive time. A 9-minute response time is a very respectable response time for a suburban community like ours.
Well, that's probably not the rule either. I know when we had to call for something scary that happened, I think Ani said she felt like she hung up the phone and then looked out the window and there was a bus there. So obviously, there's a lot of variables there that impact that.
There's a lot of variables, and the other thing is people don't realize, if you haven't caught the video that went out this week, we actually did a nice video at Dakota 911. It's National Telecommunicators Week, so a shout out to all of our friends at Dakota 911 that do a great job. We did a video on it, but while they're talking to you, they're dispatching us, and people think that it doesn't happen until they hang up the phone. The reality is, while they're talking to you, we're getting notified of that call. And that's the beauty of having 2-stage dispatching, is things can happen simultaneously. So.
And they're calm, so you would never think that they're sitting there hammering away.
Yep. We look at responses by month. We don't have a lot of variation, no reason to change our staffing model by that. You look at responses by day and hour, so the horizontal columns are by day of week, the vertical columns are by hour of day. And yes, that's military time. If anybody needs help with that conversion, I'm happy to. But what you can see, and I tell people you can replicate this in any fire department in the United States except Las Vegas or a college town, is basically from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. is usually the busiest time of any fire department or EMS department when people are awake. And that's why our staffing model is 2 ambulances at night, 3 ambulances during the day, because we definitely are busier during the day. When we look at fires only, we're over 90% in 9 minutes or less. So again, we're about almost 91%, which again is very respectable. When we look at what types of calls we go on, you'll see that service calls are number 1, that's 801. And what I would tell you is the majority of those are lift assist. That is a growing number of calls for us, is lift assist. And it's something we need to deal with. And we'll talk about EMS community risk here in a little bit. And I think it's something that position can help us with. And they're not all in single-family residence. We're talking assisted living and group home facilities that are contracted to provide these services. So, and we're not the only ones that are experiencing this. This is a statewide issue, particularly in the metro. We are feeling this quite a bit. My colleagues are, and we've been working with Department of Health, and it's a real struggle.
Yeah,
So
that's not the purpose of 911 to help pick somebody up. Right.
When we look at.
Actually, it is.
Not how
No,
this is being
my mom
done.
fell, and we couldn't get her up.
This is their
Weren't for these
staffing
guys.
issue.
That's what neighbors are for, not
This
911.
is, they're not
No,
staffing.
no. She ended up in the hospital.
No, I'm not saying your situation. I'm saying in these
Just saying it
places,
happens.
they don't have staffing, and so they're using our fire department as if they were their staff.
I agree if they're group homes, they should be handling it themselves, but regular homes, no. They're gonna end up calling
Group
911.
homes, care facilities, this is where we're getting the escalation of calls.
Okay. Chief?
So it's something we're working to address. It's a challenge, it's a growing challenge, and it's a challenge across the entire fire service. EMS only times, we're looking at 87% in 9 minutes or less. When you look at time of day, day of week, it replicates our overall call, and obviously the EMS volume is what drives the majority of our volume. When we look at time on task, the majority, or the average call takes us about 43 minutes to complete. That is thankful to having the ridges in town, and about 70% of our patients get transported to the ridges. If we did not have a hospital in town, we'd be looking at much longer time on task. Now, about 10% of our calls take us over an hour, about an hour and 20 to complete. And those are generally our more critical calls and our calls where we bring people out of town, downtown to St. Paul or Minneapolis. So it takes a truck out of service for a significantly longer period of time than if we're going in town. When you look at provider impressions, the primary impression of the paramedic arriving, the number one is pain due to acute trauma or injury. And again, a lot of those are fall related, which we expect to see in some of the elderly. Weakness, lift assists, and then we get into some of the mental health and substance abuse. EMS dispatch by acuity, I put this in here, so this is all of by year. Each vertical color is a different year, starting in 2019 through 2024. And the left is omega, so that is literally the lowest acuity type of call. Alpha through echo. Echo is like a cardiac arrest, choking, something that's imminent. Your Charlie and Deltas are breathing problems, unconscious, diabetic. And then your Alpha Bravos lots of times are falls, car accidents, things of that nature. So the reason I do that is when you look at it, a lot of people assume that we go lights and sirens to every call. And the reality is we don't. Out of all of our calls last year, 4,700 times we went lights and sirens, almost 48. And 3,100 we went no lights and sirens. So when those trucks are driving down the road, they could be going to a call and you don't even know it. So about 40% of the time, they're just driving to the call routine like with the rest of traffic. Then we look at EMS response mode to hospital. And the majority of the time we are bringing people non-lights and sirens, just routine to the hospital. Again, I think people can have the misperception that we throw them in the ambulance and we just go as fast as we can to get there. The reality is the paramedics can provide a good chunk of that life-saving care in the first minutes in the ambulance without a need to go lights and sirens. There are some things that are time critical. So like last year, we went 363 times lights and sirens to the hospital. Something I put in Council Weekly before, but that is really cool. The last 2 years, our cardiac arrest survival rates are significantly higher than the state and national average. Not quite double, but pretty significantly. And this is to hospital discharge neurologically intact. This takes out all the trauma cases and non-workable cardiac arrest, but the ones that are revivable, we're at about 20% last year, or in 2023 was the last year we had data for, compared to about 12% for the state and a little over 10% for the national. And we have the same to hospital admission. We're about 40% to hospital admission. With a cardiac rhythm that can perfuse blood. So again, great work by our folks, great work by our community recognizing cardiac arrest, starting CPR, and great work to the whole system, dispatch, PD, and everybody that helps make this happen. Percentage of call by category, when you look at it, 76% of our calls are EMS related. This demand versus coverage, I just, at a high level, want you to look between 2019 and 2024. The red line is the amount of resources we have available by time of day. The gray is the amount of resources we need to cover the community in a 6-minute drive time, and blue is the demand for services. So you can see in 2019, we were kind of hovering around the resources we need now in 2024. You can see that 24/7, we've pretty much exceeded the available resources. Concurrent incidents, so how many times do we have more than one incident going on at a time? Last year, we had 5,566 times. So again, about 60% of the time, when one call comes out, a second call happens. And when a second call happens, you've pretty much emptied the city for resources. During the day, if one of those calls is a low acuity call, we can handle 3 calls. So when you look at this, last year, we were at 1,537 times we had 3 or more calls going on in the city at once. So again, that continues to escalate. So 5 times a day roughly, we're seeing that.
How are we covering those third calls then?
So generally, we'll free up our resources. During the day, we can handle them. At night, it's a lot of mutual aid. So here, actually to your question, is the depleted resources. Now, what I want to be clear is no matter what resources we have or don't have available, is there's always a response that happens. Whether it's PD that responds with our mutual aid or just our mutual aid responding, depending on the criticality of the incident, we have protocols set up so there's always somebody responding. So I don't want everybody to ever think that just because Burnsville Fire is responding, they're not getting a response. They absolutely are getting a response. So last year, 143 times we had no resources available when a call came out. And there's 3 ways that we handle that, and those are the next 3 bars in there. The gray bar is none of our units responded. It was PD and mutual aid that handled it. The light blue is some of our units or a unit of ours was able to clear up, but not enough to handle the call. So the engine might have cleared and first responded for a chest pain call, but they needed an ambulance to transport. So a mutual aid ambulance came. And then the dark blue line is we freed up the appropriate resources. And again, that's a benefit to having the hospital in town. If they're bringing in a low acuity patient that they can drop off quick, they will tell dispatch how far away is the mutual aid ambulance. We can turn this patient around and go take care of it. Our folks take a lot of pride in taking care of the community and want to do the calls themselves, so they do a great job of trying to get back in service and handling those calls.
BJ,
Yeah.
do we work pretty close with the third-party carriers for this type of stuff, like mHealth and, I
Yep.
mean, I know that their philosophies are maybe a little bit different than ours, but, I guess, yeah, I mean, we're leaning in on them when we need to.
For sure. Councilman Workman, that's a great question. We work great with all 5 cities around us for their fire departments and the 2 private ambulance providers around us, both Alina and mHealth. Alina surrounds us on 4 out of 5 sides, so we use Alina more than we do mHealth. And we do mutual aid back and forth, and that's, they approach it maybe differently than we do, but we all provide great care to the communities, and we're fortunate to have them as partners, so.
And I guess just out of ignorance for the process, when a call comes in, it's routed to Burnsville first, but then how is that call then rerouted over to the private carriers if needed? Is there like an internal communication system that handles that?
Yeah, so in the computer-aided dispatch system we use, we have all these contingencies set up based on call type. So if you're calling and you have chest pain and there's no Burnsville units available, it'll say send PD, and in 4/5 of the city, it'll say send Alina. Because they're gonna be the closest city next to us. Up in the northeast corner, it'll say send mHealth. We have a CAD-to-CAD connection with Alina, so they'll send the call over to Alina automatically. They'll push it, and Alina will tell them whether they have a resource available or not. With mHealth, it's a phone call, but either way, they know who to send. If one isn't available, they'll go to the next. If they're not available, we have it all the way through 10 different ambulance services for them to call. Like Metawakiton Fire has been over here from Prior Lake with their ambulance. Northfield Ambulance, Edina, Hennepin Healthcare. I mean, we've had a number of different ambulances here at different times, so.
I guess, and then conversely, if another city is calling on mutual aid, are we typically their first pick if there is mutual aid needed? Or is there a pecking order to how that works that would pull a resource out of Burnsville? Or are we able to prioritize that we stay here as often as possible, or?
So the mutual aid given is really up to the home agency to call.
Okay.
So like, we don't have any input on how Alina would call for Savage. You know, Alina would determine whether they want to call us or Metawakiton or mHealth or Hennepin. That is completely up to them. Same
Okay.
thing with the fire departments.
But we've always made ourselves available if
We do.
needed?
Yep.
Okay.
We will always keep one fire truck in town because it can provide both fire and EMS. We will not send that out of town unless there's some very extenuating circumstances.
Okay.
But day in and day out, we want to make sure we keep a unit here at least, so.
Okay. Thank you.
When we look at mutual aid given and received, what's that?
Just, there's the slide.
Yep, you're good. So blue is given, and gray is received, so you can see in recent years, we've been giving more than we received. Previous years, we were getting more than we received. You see in 2024, we have a significant increase in what we received, but due to the tragedy in February, we were out of the business for a couple weeks. Those were all counted as mutual aid calls, so that's a few hundred. So I think we'd be pretty close to the 22 and 23 numbers if we had not had those 2 weeks.
We're giving back all the love they gave us for a long time.
Yep.
Before we added enough staff to start providing some back.
Right. So when we look at an effective response force, that's about sending the right resources at the right time with the right people. And you have to start with a reliable response. Councilmember Keeley, kind of your point, is making sure we have enough resources to handle the call with just sending someone. And so that's the reliable response. Then we start to look at risk. What do we have in town? What resources do we need to be available to build a system that can handle 90% of the things we get called for? You're never going to handle 100% of it. It's unrealistic. It'd be fiscally responsible for us to do that. We need to, there's certain things that we're always going to rely on mutual aid for, and that's fine. And then the last piece of that is readiness. So really, we're kind of teetering between that reliable response and risk with this standards of cover with our recommendations to kind of move us up and ensure that we have enough in the tank to provide a reliable response and start to address some of the risk we see. So an example of that is a single-family dwelling structure fire. So this is based on industry best practice. They say you should have 17 people there for a 2,000 square foot structure fire of a single-family dwelling. Is you should have 17 people there. At our best case, if there's no calls going on, which as you saw was unlikely to happen, during the day, we have 11 people on. So with that, you can see the people that are circled are the people we're missing. The fire helmets are the people that we have. Now, we're fortunate to have great partners, and on every structure fire, Egan sends an engine and battalion chief over. So we get 4 people from them immediately. But it still takes time, right? They can be coming from anywhere in Egan. And if that's on the west side of town, it can take a little bit longer, right? They're not our resources. And just like us, we can't guarantee that they can respond, vice versa. Yeah. But just to give you an idea, context of people, obviously as you get bigger, you get multifamily dwellings, you're talking exponential numbers of that.
So what happens if they can't provide mutual aid? I mean, the number of house fires thankfully isn't so frequent that, but if it is in northeast Burnsville and Egan's already at a fire, who's second up to help?
Yep, so once we get past Egan, and the reason we use Egan is because they're all career. Many of our neighbors were not. We're starting to work towards that as they hire more and more career. But our dispatch system knows the closest units by AVL location, and it'll dispatch the next available engine or ladder automatically. So that's that response card that we build all those contingencies in so that the system will do it for us, so we don't have to think in real time like, hey, call Apple Valley or Bloomington or whoever, Savage or Lakeville. So it's all built into the system.
As more cities around us do what we've done and Egan's done, what benefit will all of us enjoy from all being full-time?
We've seen a lot more alignment in how we operate. Our training academy is a perfect example. It's us, South Metro, Egan, Lakeville, all do our academies together. So now we don't have to host an academy ourselves, but we've aligned a lot of the things, the hose loads, the way we search buildings. So it all means the same thing to all the people in both departments or all 4 departments. And when we put on an academy, we don't have to have all the instructors for everything. We can share the load of that. So that has been a significant benefit to us to be able to share that. So on the front end, we get a lot of benefit. And then when you respond to calls, they're going to get there quicker because they're in the station instead of coming from home, right? From a paid-on-call model, you got to drive to the station to get on the truck to get to the scene. And then once they get there, again, we're all trained very similarly through that academy, and so then the operation is much more seamless, so.
That's a good thing.
Just as a reminder of staffing, again, we staff 11 people during the day as a minimum and 9 people at night. That third medic truck turns off at night. Looking at our staffing relief factor, so in order to fill one seat, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, based on the accrued leave, or the use of leave and things like that, we need 3.7 FTEs to cover one spot 24/7. So that's how we figure out how many staff do we need to fill a truck or to fill, whatever we need covered. This just goes back to kind of the FTEs over time. When we look at benefit time off, we haven't seen a huge increase, but a little bit. We are definitely a younger department. This next one, non-full duty firefighters, is when people are out on medical leave. We have some turnover, things like that. That's all accounted for in non-full duty firefighters. So we try to account for that to figure out how do we stay ahead of that. The interesting thing is our department's gotten very young as we've experienced retirements and things like that and departures over the past 5 years, which we knew we were coming. About 2/3 of our department is less than 5 years. So we've got a lot of young blood, a lot of energy, and a lot of great people. A really bright note when you look at this is our recruitment back to 2014. The orange bar is the number of firefighter paramedic applicants. The gray bar is the number of qualified firefighter paramedic applicants. The blue bar you see there is the number of fire trainee applicants, and then the dark blue bar is how many of those we interviewed. What you notice here is we see a dwindling of the firefighter paramedic applicants. They are significantly less. For example, this last go-around, we had 17 firefighter paramedic applicants. Only 4 of them met the qualifications. We had 208 fire trainee applicants. That's our firefighter EMTs that we take on. Takes longer to train them. But a much greater pool, and it allows us to continue to hire people based on character, to get the right people in the door, and then it takes longer to onboard them, but when they got the right work ethic and attitude and character traits, it makes life so much better for everybody involved, so.
Did you just start interviewing firefighter or trainees? I can't quite read that.
Last year.
Last year?
Yep.
They always existed, we just didn't interview them because we were looking for.
We'd always been looking for firefighter paramedics, and we had always had plentiful applicants.
Yeah.
And as that dwindled, we knew it was gonna happen at some point, and last year was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back to say, we need to do something different. So, so we got our first 2 fire trainees in paramedic school currently, and they're doing very well. They've been great fits. We just hired another one in this last academy, and likely more this summer. So, they've been great additions, and I think that's the way of the future. And really, we've set this program up so we can go from firefighter EMT all the way down to civilian. Just takes longer to invest in them to get them the training. But we know that over time, we're gonna need to train them from the civilian world all the way to firefighter paramedic. And it's just gonna take time to do that, but we're setting up a process so we can do that.
What years of college degree or course do they need to have to get to be a trainee?
So firefighter EMT is about 20 credits in college, not even a degree. It's about 10 credits of EMT and about 10 credits of firefighter and hazmat. So 2 semesters in college and you could have it knocked out.
Oh, so there's a pretty low bar to get into that program, which is providing a fairly, I mean, that light blue bar is pretty significant. There's a lot of youth coming out of those classes that are applying.
Yep, for sure.
It's good.
It's really good.
I'll be curious to see what the retention rate is on the people that grew inside of the department, that you were there from when they hit the ground running.
Yep.
If there's more of a loyalty factor because of that versus, coming through, and I'm sure we'll be tracking that.
Yep.
What's
Probably
the
not too hard to track.
cost of a trainee versus when they have graduated and they are full-fledged paramedic firefighters?
I wouldn't know the numbers off the top of my head. What I can tell you is that they're like at the same grade as a CSO in the police department as a trainee. And then the firefighter paramedics obviously are paid higher. And we use that salary savings to pay for their paramedic school.
Yeah.
So we plan for them to be firefighter paramedics, and then that salary savings is almost equal to exactly what it costs us to send them to paramedic school for 10 months.
Yeah,
So it works out really good,
Yeah.
yeah.
so.
That's actually a pretty good model.
It's
That's
a great benefit.
fortunate,
And
Yeah.
a lot of other departments have been doing trainees, but they haven't been hiring them full-time. And what we're targeting is people that want to change careers, might have families. They can't afford to work full-time and go to school full-time
Yeah.
versus us taking them on, they're gonna work some shifts for us and they're gonna go to school.
Right.
And so if their dream was to be a firefighter paramedic, we've now just given them the avenue to do that.
Yeah, it's on the job,
Yeah.
the old on-the-job training, right? This is truly that, right?
Yeah.
Hiring you full-time and then sending you to school to get the eventual degree. That's a great,
It's a great program,
absolutely.
and it's beneficial for us and beneficial for the candidate.
Are we getting, do we have any candidates coming from, is it DCTC, Inver Hills? Who's turning out those 20 credit folks coming with those degrees, or not degree, but certifications or whatever it is?
So that's a great question. They don't even have to go to a college to get it. So a
Burnsville
lot of
High
private, fire departments will put them on. So that, a lot of times it's not even college credits. The colleges do offer that. Hennepin Tech offers it, Century, Inver Hills, Anoka Tech. There's many of the technical colleges that offer it, but so do many fire departments, right? You go get on any neighboring fire department, they're gonna put you through firefighter and EMT training as part of their onboarding, so.
I know Burnsville High School has some classes with,
Well, yeah.
sort of, I don't know what they call that,
Yep, so emergency medical responder, we had an EMT program and then they reduced it to EMR, which is a level below EMT.
Oh.
But I will tell you that someone we hired a year ago came from that EMT program, was in the first EMT program, went down to Mankato, got his firefighter classes, and a year later was working for us.
still a great feeder program.
It's
But
great.
when you say they cut it back, was that the school district?
Yeah, school district cut it back to an EMR program, so.
It's a feeder.
It is. We continue to work with that program though. My hope is to continue to keep that lively and I think it's a great opportunity, so.
New superintendent coming soon, so.
It's like AAA ball going to the big pit.
Well, one of the things you look at, it's the same model as the trade. They get trained and getting paid.
Yep, same idea.
Yeah, it's the
Yep.
same model.
So this just compares the firefighter paramedic to the fire trainee. It adds about a year to the onboarding process. Although while they are going to paramedic school, they do work beside a paramedic on the ambulance and count towards minimums for us. And the nice part is as they do things in school, they can then do them right on the ambulance with a paramedic. Look at community expectations, 10% of roughly 10% of our patients get a satisfaction survey. This is way too small to read, but I would tell you that the top 5 highest scores really have to do with how our folks take care of people, how people feel like they're treated, the care they're taking, the teamwork, even dispatch and giving them information before we get there. So those are all very high ones. I will tell you most of the lowest ones have to do with billing. Nobody wants to get a bill, right? And I get that. So, but even at that, we're not much lower than the average in their database, so.
Having specialized in reputation management, I'm just putting myself in the shoes of, thank you, just saved my life. Would you give me a rating? Was it a 4.5, 5, 4? I don't know. Saved my life. How do I?
Right?
It seems like it's all 5 stars. You did phenomenal. You saved my life, right?
Yeah.
Or you helped in a very critical situation. Then the bill comes in. Ooh, well, that's a 2.
The timing of those surveys might be.
That's funny. Not funny, but.
And then there's a few comparable cities listed in here, both in Minnesota and then across the nation that we're familiar with. Just to give you some context of similar size, cities population-wise, and kind of their delivery model, number of stations, call volume. It's more of a context thing than necessarily a standard thing. We do believe we have an error in the Grand Junction one where it's triple that. That's how many they have on per day instead of total. It was difficult to lift from their standards of cover, but nonetheless, you see that, similar sized cities with populations and call volumes have more staffing than we have.
And square miles.
Yep.
A lot of 5-minute response times.
Yeah, and I would tell you to be a little careful on that. Again, response time is a response time to a certain department, and some
Yeah.
people don't include that dispatch time,
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Like, it's tough to tell whether you're apples to apples unless you
Yeah.
really know the people there. So I would take this as context, not as anything that is completely black and white.
Yeah.
My point of really sharing it is that we're not out of bounds in where we need to go, right? Like, the idea is many places across the state and across the country have more resources to handle the call volume that we're handling, and that's really where we need to head to really provide that reliable service.
Yeah.
So we got 6 recommendations out of this. Number 1 is bolster the staffing, meet the community demand, and ensure reliability. Really handle those simultaneous or concurrent incidents, and increase or decrease the number of times that we have no resources available, and really make sure that we have the effective response force. So when do we have the right people on the right scene with the right resources? You saw this before where you can start to see where we're exceeding our capacity here. We went through the depleted resources, how you see that grow, particularly in the past 5 years. And the mutual aid, again, has been pretty stable, but we're seeing a little growth there in the last couple of years. It's taking longer. We need a longer runway to onboard our people. It's not as quick of a turnaround, not to say that 7 to 9 months was quick, but in relative
Yeah.
terms, it's quicker than what we're gonna experience moving forward. So
Yeah.
it's gonna take us longer to onboard people. So our recommendation is to add these staff over the next 5 years, so 4 in 26, 7 in 27, 4 in 28, 4 in 29, and 4 in 2030, to address what we know and what we believe based on the data that we have in front of us. 2, improve our data quality and monitoring. We have a new record system. We need to transition to what's called NEARS. It's a new federal reporting system from our old legacy fire reporting system. It's an opportunity for us to improve our processes. We found some data quality issues as we went through this, nothing major, but opportunities to make it better, continuing to help inform our decision-making and use dashboarding. And here's an example of a dashboard that's helpful to us for real-time data monitoring, decision-making. Increase our community risk reduction efforts, dedicate a full-time firefighter to community risk, and coordinate our approach between PD behavioral health, other EMS agencies, treatment centers, and care facilities, and really make sure the patient's needs are being met. And really what we think, from our perspective, that we could do more on is opioid overdose reduction, public education, following up with mental health patients, fall reductions, having specific care plans for high utilizers of the system, and work with those care facilities, as we talked about before, when they should be able to care for some of those patients. In order to do that, we'd need a vehicle and equipment and a full-time firefighter to do that. So it's about $158,000 for the vehicle and the equipment, and with salary and benefits and everything, it's about $190,000 for a firefighter paramedic. So we tried a pilot program with our opioid money. We tried to do it on overtime. That just did not pan out for us. It was too much to ask of our folks, and we couldn't do it consistently. But I would tell you anecdotally, when we intermittently had it, we did have some very good success connecting with these patients, putting on good public education, and doing some great things. So we would recommend using opioid funds to establish and fund the program full-time. Currently, we have $590,000 of opioid funds in the dedicated revenue account from our opioid settlements. We could hire someone in the fall academy and have someone trained up so that we could start this program January 1st of 26. And really, my only policy question in this whole presentation for you is the council interested in establishing a full-time EMS community risk reduction program with the opioid funds as we propose there?
Well, the last time we had a conversation about the use of opioid funds was to look at risk reduction.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't changed from what we agreed upon. And all you're doing is asking that we continue to do this and use the opioid funds that we received. And thank you to Neil and the work that he has done on the opioid program. And but what you're asking is a full-time staff member to do that.
Correct, yep, that's what we're asking
Yeah,
from you.
and I'm just looking at your call for this last month. on the report that Deb puts in, so, yeah.
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 Are you asking to use the 590 to fund the full-time person?
No, it's the
Yeah, so we would
program
say
and-
we'd fund all this first year stuff, the 158,000 plus the first year benefits.
Yeah.
We know we're gonna have more revenue coming into that at a slower rate than we had it. Jenny is much more equipped to handle this, but over time, we would obviously need to find other funding sources such as the
That's
general
right.
fund to do this. But while we have opioid funds, start to slowly integrate that off the opioid money, but to start it with the opioid money to use those funds.
And what, is there any other residual benefit that that person could provide the department in addition to spending their time on the on being this CRR person, right?
And I would tell you, that's probably more than a full-time job right there.
Okay.
I would tell you that we will max that person out really quick. I can tell you, just working with PD behavioral health is a full-time job on some of our
All you have
complex
to
mental
see-
health patients. Let alone trying to get into some of these high utilizers and care facilities. Those are gonna be labor-intensive, time-intensive relationship building. So I don't know that we're gonna be excess capacity. I'm more concerned about actually prioritizing their workload to get our biggest bang for our buck on that, so.
How does one person cover, I mean, is this just a Monday through Friday,
So-
8 to 6 kind of job, or how are they
Yeah,
gonna
so this is
cover?
a Monday through Friday position, and it's really about following up, right? So, we'll put in triggers for high utilizers. We have ways to identify patients for follow-up, that would like follow-up, and then they would follow up the next business day. The things they're doing generally are not responses to calls, although they could first respond if they're close to something. The reality is they're gonna go follow up, let's say we have an opioid overdose or multiple opioid overdoses with somebody. They're gonna go follow up to them, see if they need treatment, see if we can connect them with the right resources.
Sure.
A fall patient, is their home safe for them? Have they reduced the risk that's creating the fall? Some of these people just don't get their medications filled, and it's as simple as saying, what do you need to get your medications filled so we don't have to take you back in again, right? So I mean, it's really that aftercare that hopefully reduces the next need for care. So I think getting some of the high utilization stuff under control before we get ahead of some of this other stuff.
That person could help maybe if mayor and council do some sort of betting race at Buck Hill and are injured, to make sure that they don't do that again. They could follow up with them and.
And I haven't. So the other thing is that what this also is getting at, Chief, because Chief Tanya also talked about the need for behavioral health unit to be working in conjunction with our fire paramedics. And so a lot of the calls that I see is also on not only opioids and other kinds of mental health issues. And this is where part of that comes into it. And so, Chief, when you're saying that it's a full-time job, I can see that because of I look at the number of calls that you have, Chief Tanya, on all of this. And it's just, when you start to look at those, the data between police and fire, it makes a lot of sense, because you're going out and you're talking about aftercare. And behavioral health unit does a lot of aftercare follow-up. And that's, I mean, I remember reading some of the data that you presented with regard to how much time goes in and why you needed more help in that unit.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Mayor, members of the council. And, it's a comprehensive look at what someone is going through at the time. And for us to have that added extra knowledge about prescriptions or things like that we don't know how to help people in those right moments. So this would be really helpful for that comprehensive, getting people the right services at the right time so that we can reduce the amount of callbacks and get them what they need.
Yeah, I think it's the right, just following up on what you reported last year and what you continue to say, what we need, it just makes a whole lot of sense to me.
Would this person handle that current problem or emerging problem of lift calls and going in and working with those facilities that are
Yeah.
repeat calls and say, this is really not the best use of our
Yep.
highly trained fire paramedics to
That-
just help you pick somebody up?
They would start it, and unfortunately, I'm gonna look at Assistant Chief Dwyer, because he's probably gonna have to finish it. But, they would have the initial conversations and try to uncover what's going on with that. So yes, that's, again, one of the many things that they would do, but that's where we could have triggers set up in our record system if we're going to group homes or assisted livings multiple times. Like, it's one thing if it's a one-off, it's another thing when they're a care facility and we're going there
Yeah.
all the time,
Yeah.
right? Like, then there's a mismatch there, right? Either they can't take care of them, they don't have the resources, the person's in the wrong place, whatever it might be. Either way, the right thing isn't happening for the patient, and we need to find out alternatives. So that's where we would send them in ahead of the next call, hopefully, and get that issue dealt with. So, yes, that's where there's 6 priorities, and depending on the day, those priorities might juggle. But that would be our intention, is to use them for things like that.
I would echo what Madam Mayor said. I haven't changed my position. I think we gotta
Yeah.
get back into it as quickly as we can, and using those funds to do it faster than trying to feather it into trying to build our staff to handle calls.
Yep.
This is a good use of that money.
Yeah. And the other thing, I like the fact that it's going to also help the behavioral health unit, that
Yeah.
comes together, so, yeah. Kara? You
No,
good?
I'm good. Yes.
Okay.
I am pleased and I am happy to see any types of things that will help us proactively manage the call volume, not because we're turning away calls, but because we're eliminating need for said calls. So,
Okay, yeah, Vince?
I know we've talked about this somewhat at length, but, with the staffing and bolstering and understanding that right now, as boomers are aging, that's largely attributing to call volume. I don't know how far out you could forecast when that, I don't want to get too morbid in the way I say this, but as that curve starts to go down, right, and the next generation is aging, is that going to look as steep? And then is there going to be a point where, I don't think you can ever be overstaffed, but the call volume may potentially change just based on the demographics? And that could be 20 years out, at least as we stand
They're all
today,
gone,
right?
and
Well, and then there's the next
I tried to be as respectful as possible the way I asked that
I say
question.
when the mayor and Keely are out,
Yeah,
you're gonna have a little drop in volume.
Yes.
I mean, Gus is, I'm not mad
When
at
the
Keely,
old
but I
people
mean,
are
Gus
gone,
is-
are we still gonna have this?
You're gonna take our place,
My,
Vince, so just.
my concern is that we'll have a new problem, but the reality is, yes, could there be a downturn? I don't know that you could say there will be, to your point. I don't know what the population will look like at that point, but the reality is, for the boomers to get to that point, and the end of the boomers, we're looking at least 2 decades, if not 3. I mean, it's a significant amount of time where it's not like we can just bridge that gap in the short term.
Yeah.
It is really a longer term.
thank you.
Well, and I think we're seeing that my kids are potentially going to, seeing a 9-year-old live to 100 is not even remotely out of the picture anymore,
Right.
like on a regular basis, because technology and medical science is advancing so fast that I'll be curious just to see, with the average lifespan continuing to uptick,
Yep.
how this system across the country is, handles that, so.
And how living longer translates to fewer trips, falls, broken hips. Like you said, when you get to the 80-plus, call volume goes crazy. When, the future generation, Gen Z, is in their 80s, will they be any healthier, or will they just live longer?
Well, quality of life
health span.
match age, or,
Health span versus lifespan.
right.
Yeah.
2 very different things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one is climbing and the other's not.
So I just want to remind us all that our designated adjournment time is 10.
Oh,
And so what we are going to need to do as we get close is that Council, I will ask for an extension.
Or Dan could just shorten his roundtable.
You could
no,
do that.
just,
Yeah,
we only have
that-
one roundtable. It's
I meant
Yeah.
the
update.
show.
So, Chief,
Yeah, update.
Let's keep going.
I think you have the answer with regard to the use of opioid funds.
Yep.
All right, sounds
Yeah.
good. So the next step would be bring back a resolution to the council for that,
Yes.
an FTE change,
Yeah.
so
And
staff will
that
work on
can be
preparing
on a
that.
consent agenda,
Okay,
like everything. Yeah, and so I don't know, is there, you're asking for another direction?
that is
I think this is the only one.
That's the only
The
direction.
rest of everything was an update,
Correct.
and this is the only one that you wanted direction on.
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
And
Thank
you got unanimous, Chief.
Thank you. I appreciate the support of the council.
Well, you know, it hasn't changed. I mean, we went through a very thorough process, from a work session to council meetings on it, with people testifying and all of that. So
Well, and the data tells the story, so.
it is the right
numbers are
direction.
black and
It
white.
also helps Chief Tanya and what she's doing at behavioral health, so all of this is
Yep.
well done.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right, we'll keep moving quick here, because I know it's getting late.
Cut
In-
you off in 20 minutes.
Right. Continue to increase our health and wellness for our staff. We greatly appreciate the support. We are leading the way in that, and we want to continue to lead the way in the fire service and EMS industry on that. Is really that health, that mental health piece and the resilience of our staff. I don't think we'd be where we are at today, after the tragedy last year if we hadn't invested in that ahead of time. I think that is night and day difference. Also the physical wellness. We're piloting this year, bringing in a physical therapist to do some resiliency work with our staff. So, and then we continue to work with a company called Ready Rebound to help with on-duty and off-duty injuries, getting people back sooner. This is just a reminder of some of the great investments I think we've made. The exhaust systems, the washers and dryers for the fire gear, the physical spaces in the fire station for emotional and physical wellness. You see up in the top center there is Sully, our new rent-a-dog from JB, our mental health provider. He is training a
yeah, when I read that, it's
therapy
like,
dog.
okay, you have a renter dog,
Yep,
and
so-
police, we have,
You want to be like us.
I know, we're working on it. Step
we
at a
have
time.
Duke and Doc.
We're in rental mode.
we
We'll
have
buy
Duke
one
and
later.
Doc.
Before you buy.
Right.
And now we have a rent-a-dog
We
over
do.
at
That's what I
fire.
joke with Jonathan about. So he's in 3 days a week. It's great. He can bring the dog when we need it. Him and his wife are training the dog to be a therapy dog for us. And he works with 3 agencies, so it's nice. It's a dual-purpose dog for all 3 agencies.
Leveraging that resource.
And having Jonathan in-house 3 days a week has just been a game changer.
Yeah.
I will tell you, the young staff expect that. Like, that is one of the reasons they apply, is they hear we have it, and that is their expectation.
Is there just no Dalmatians in fire stations anymore?
No.
They have to be trainable.
I got bit by one as a kid, so
They're
I'm a
not
little,
actually
That's not good.
I'm a little.
friendly dogs.
That's just like some book created a Dalmatian in a fire station that became synonymous as the
Yep.
fire dog.
It's a legendary story, right?
Yeah.
With that growth, I think we need to think about a third fire station about 10 years out. I do think the center of the city is where we should be looking. And this is just a projection, if we were to put it essentially in the center of the city, what the coverage within 6 minutes would be. So it reduces the amount of gray where we don't. It also increases the overlap between the stations, so when one station is out and that second call comes in, we're not seeing the elongated response times because they're coming from one end of town to the other.
Right.
So it provides some resiliency to the system. Last recommendation is to look at planning for a fire district, looking for partners that want to provide the same level of service. I think that's key to that. And then looking for that unified system to manage fire services. That's a long-term plan. There needs to be some very careful evaluation to make sure it's right for everybody involved, so. But we do have as you know, we do have the statutory language to allow us to do that as we want now. Compliance methodology, this is where it shows you us versus what the industry best practices are. So when we look just at travel time, NFPA 1710 says 4 minutes. The accreditation model, their last published, said 512. Our 90th percentile of travel time in EMS is 6 minutes and 5 seconds, and on the fire side is 6 minutes and 37 seconds. So Again, slightly above it, but very respectable for a suburban community. When we look at it holistically, our turnout and travel time is 8 minutes and 52 seconds on the fire side and 9 minutes 29 seconds, 9 minutes 25 seconds on the EMS side. We follow the risk reduction model. We talk a lot about emergency response, but there's 4 other E's in community risk reduction. That's engineering, enforcement, education, and economic incentives. And that's really what we've done on the multifamily side, is that multi-pronged approach to handle the risk ahead of the emergency response. So with that, any questions?
Well, I think the questions were asked as we went along. I don't know if anybody has any questions they're dying to ask you. Okay, but thank you very much, and you got what you needed. Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
And all of the information,
Thank you. I appreciate the support.
and I did read all of it.
Is this the thickest?
Thank God there were a lot of pages with graphs.
Yeah.
There's a fair amount in there.
I just want to know from your new Assistant Fire Chief, how Burnsville, because he just witnessed a really good session of how our city council supports our police and fire. Are we better than Egan?
Oh, boy.
You know the answer.
Oh, my
The
God.
answer to
He's
that question.
putting Assistant Chief.
Good answer.
Put the Assistant Chief on a.
That's awesome.
And they're not afraid to ask questions.
No.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. Well, thank you very much, Chiefs and Assistant Chiefs, thank you, and Deb, thank you so much. And please extend our sincere gratitude to the whole team. I mean, the work you do is exceptional, excellent, and phenomenal, because, you know, when I get emails that I share where people say that they had a great experience because you turned up and you were there, I know a very good friend of mine having a heart attack, and like the fact that he was transported and right into emergency, and he didn't have to wait and wait and wait because he was taken care of right away. So it's a great service. Thank you so much for everything. Chief, thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, great. Now, roundtable.
Go back.
Councilmember Schultz.
Okay, so my item for roundtable is, we do have a community group that has taken on the Pride Festival. They have met the requirements that we outline, for a festival to apply to be a legacy event. And so they, you know, they've done their nonprofit, all that kind of stuff. Staff is assisting them with getting them numbers on what is needed for the permit and for having a street closed off so that there can be food trucks and things like that. So that information will be coming in shortly. So the roundtable item isn't, should we make them a legacy event? It's, are you willing to discuss making them a legacy event?
Okay.
Well,
Danji?
I'm happy that a group has stepped up after it got canceled last year, because I never wanted to see it gone anyways.
I will tell you though, they're super excited.
What's that?
They're super excited.
Well, I'm happy about that, I really
Yeah.
am, and I'm kind of hoping, I was kind of wishing it would happen in June and not September, but that's a choice that they make as a group.
Yes.
All of our legacy events became legacy events after they were events for a while.
Mhm.
And they were able to prove themselves that they were sustainable and they could make things happen, and that's when the city decided to make them legacies. I'd be willing to help them in many ways that we can the first year without them being a legacy, just because that's a big commitment. We're going to commit a lot of staff's time, there's money involved, there's a lot of different things involved with that sort of thing. I think we need to know that this group can actually make this happen and sustain themselves. And I'd be more than happy to talk about it after they get themselves established and get a year under their belt or something about coming back in and talking to us. And I'd like to see them come in and talk to us about it themselves and tell us all what they're doing and everything. I'm hearing about it, but I've never talked to any of them, so I don't know what's going on, so. But that's where I'm at on it. I'm just glad someone stepped up. But I also want you to be open. We have a Juneteenth event starting too, and they're gonna probably be knocking on our door at some point too, if we're doing this legacy, and
Could very well be.
so we need to talk about that as well.
If council decides that this is something we want to have for a work session, that is when it would be appropriate for, to have them come and have that conversation, not at roundtable.
I think we could, again, this is just my thinking, is help them get started. If we have to waive some fees or something like that along the way for them to get them started, I'm good with that. But to do the full commitment of a legacy, I think they need to show that they can actually do the event.
Vince?
I had a similar feeling. I'm not opposed at some point, but I think let's have the first event and kind of get the ball moving. And let's not take it off the table, but I would like to see the event happen before qualifying it as a legacy event.
Okay. Dan Kay?
I looked up our ordinance on special event, community event, legacy event. And we had, and I don't know if we have any of the other two, other than legacy, but one of them, I think it's.
The special event.
Special event, the organizers have to pay the city for the services. The community event, they can qualify for up to 5,000 in credit or reimbursable or whatever for public safety, and then, of course, legacy is in a different group altogether. I also looked up other cities to try and see who else operates on a model where the city participates in cost. And Minneapolis is one I went after because I thought, well, if anybody would participate, they would. And I couldn't find any evidence that any event like this got funding from the city. Lots of indirect funding, lots of sponsors. Met Council sponsored the Pride event in Minneapolis, so that was a taxpayer. But no, it didn't say like the city of Minneapolis is contributing, X. It all talked about the organization having to pay back the city for their public safety and public work. So I was a little surprised, kind of thought there'd be some evidence of other cities, especially very large cities, of doing that kind of thing. So, and I thought, how did our current legacy events become legacy events?
Charlie Creighton.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, were they legacy events right off the bat, or were they legacy
you had
events
to
after
prove
they
yourself.
proved themselves to be
Yeah.
a big, broad
Yeah, that they were
scope and
sustainable.
appeal?
You had to
and
prove,
then-
the international festival, you had to prove yourself that you can raise money and be sustainable.
Right.
Art and all that jazz was the same way. They all happened at the same time, but we were all
Yeah.
been around for a while. when
And
it
the Fire Muster
existing.
already was a 501c3, and they were sustainable from year to year.
Yeah. So, in fairness, for process, should a new one be given this status right off the bat before they prove itself like the others had to? That makes, I can see, that makes sense for consistency.
Yeah. Juneteenth and Pride are events that, we sponsored and created, and then they were cut to fund other things. So I'm not opposed to it. I know that Juneteenth is moving along as a special event this year. Am I correct? They're already, Bethany, they're already scheduled, and it's going to be in June. They already are going to be at Nicollet Commons Park. And it is sponsored by two churches. One is Spirit of Faith, the Juneteenth group.
Yeah.
So, I don't believe, they're not asking for any kind of support or anything. They're doing it. So, like the past and what everybody has said, I don't believe that we're opposed to these festivals because they're good for our community, okay? They have to prove themselves, like all of the other festivals, then come back and ask. And like all of the others, the chairman of the festival came before the council and asked to be considered. And I don't remember whether there was a kind of application form, because I wasn't, I was only helping with raising the money, but you were in that leadership for,
Yeah, but I didn't present. I
jazz.
recused myself during that process. That was Ted Olson that came in and did the
Oh,
presenting.
so Ted Olson
Yeah.
filled out all of that?
Yeah, because I had to recuse myself. I was.
Yeah, and I was, I just helped raise the
Yep.
money for that. And so Bethany, Juneteenth, it's Spirit of Faith, right? Is the lead sponsor.
Mayor and Council, I can get the event request form for Juneteenth. I haven't seen that one myself. I've seen the Pride request, so I know a little bit more about that one. Just quick clarification on those two. They were paused for the pilot program for the
Yeah.
participatory budgeting, not cut. But yes, I will just clarify the language on from last year. But yes, I can find out the details and
For
get that to you
Juneteenth.
on the Juneteenth. I just haven't seen that request myself.
That should be something that is also looked at a par basis for both events, because those were, so I'm not opposed to it, Kara. I just want them to prove that they can be sustainable, because it's a hard thing raising money.
It is.
Hard thing raising money.
It
But
is.
we all had to prove that we had to raise them, we can be sustainable and we can raise the money.
Absolutely. So this group could be considered for a community event?
Yeah, anybody can be considered for a community
Yeah,
event.
local 501c3 and.
Yeah, you just have to have all of your documents as, I think Juneteenth is a community event.
Is it community or
I
special?
know, or a special event.
Special event, so.
It's a special
Special.
event.
Yep, and the community event does, in the policy 1.030, it does ask for the city council to take
Okay,
action
I'm going to pause right now for a minute.
Yep.
Move
It's
to extend.
9:56. May I have a motion to extend this 15 more minutes from 10 o'clock?
I already did. I moved to extend 15 minutes.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, 15 minutes from 10 o'clock. So 10:15 is the adjournment time.
Are we
Okay,
voting on that?
now
or
huh?
Or do we have to vote on it,
well,
or
we have to
just
now.
motion in a second?
There's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. I just wanted to get it going. Okay,
I think the clerk was waiting for that other half.
yeah.
So just to clarify on the special event, there's a form that folks work with the recreation department to complete, as it's outlined in that policy, the city council policy 1.030. That's for special events. Community events are outlined in there. I think, Dan, you mentioned it originally. So those, there isn't really a process. It does require city council action to be designated as a community event. That's kind of the second tier in there. And then the legacy event is so there's some differences, and I think Jenny has specific language in the policy, but
Does a
there's,
special event help them get it going?
I would say yes, right? Like we take some information from them that our team provides some information back, or the recreation team supports them, and then.
So would council be supportive of having them come to a work session to apply for a community event?
Well, so I want to be fair and equitable with the Juneteenth people also, but they
They are absolutely welcome.
so,
Yeah, I want to help them get it started. I just don't think they're eligible to be a legacy immediately.
No.
That's what the whole thing is.
Yeah, no.
Bethany, can you, or Erica, can you pull up the ordinance on?
Yep, I got it. I am actually on the page.
When I read through, I was trying to figure
Yeah,
out
'cause I
the
read
distinction
through it
between
too,
special and
because it's
community.
legacy,
'Cause
community,
they
and
seem
special.
similar,
There are
except
three.
community
Yep, the
had a $5,000
community,
credit.
So go to
in the-
special events first.
Yep, so in special events, there's a
It has to be in a park.
Yep, it has to be in a park. Here we go. So it is 1.027, so a special event. It doesn't meet the criteria for a legacy or community, but may still request the use of basic city services or resources. Those events will be required to pay 100% of costs for basic city services and resources.
They pay 100%.
Yep, and then community events must be held in a city park. The organizer must be a local nonprofit, must fall on a mutually acceptable date. The organizers must demonstrate that they have a sustainable financial plan in place. This is community events. And then events must be officially recognized by action of the city council.
So it has to be a local nonprofit.
Maybe
a
that's a
Burnsville
difference.
local
Special event, you don't have to
nonprofit.
be a nonprofit, or, yeah, special
You're
event.
You're just an event.
But
that's
a
right.
community event, you have to be a nonprofit, and that's really what qualifies you to access up to 5,000 in.
That's the up to 5,000.
Yeah.
Yep, in the
That's what it
basic
was.
city services.
That's in services,
Yep.
right? Okay.
Yep. Yep, and then of course legacy event, you all
Yeah. that's
updated that policy
a little
last
different.
April.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they have to be a local nonprofit,
As
because
well,
the
yep.
Spirit of Faith Church is a local church.
So,
The one caveat for a brand-new startup is proven financial
Yeah.
track record, and
it's
if
not
they're,
proven
right,
track record.
if there's, yeah,
That's
what,
not the language.
yeah, what was
Come with the
language?
bank account that's got money in it,
Yes, bank
it
account,
helps.
and they have a plan.
Gotcha.
And I'm asking, can we get to a work session so this group can make their case? Or do you not want them to be able to make their case?
Oh, I think they're,
They have to make their case.
No, they don't. We can say, no, we don't want them at a work session, and then they don't get to present their case.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking.
What do you think?
that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it.
And I would say that the people from Juneteenth can do the same thing. If
Sure.
you're going to bring in Pride, then
If they were going after a special, and they want to now go after a community, they would want to come before us. I don't know, we don't need a
Yeah.
special permit
no,
group coming
no,
in
I
before us, because there's
understand. But
nothing really going on.
they're paying 100%. But
Yeah.
if they can get $5,000 being a community event, then they should be afforded the same opportunity as the Pride
Yeah,
event people,
The
because it was too.
public-private festivals have proven to be a success in Burnsville. They work
Yep.
very well when you have an outside 501 working on all of it, and the city partners and the ways that we can
Right.
partner with people.
and I think it's the way I read it, it's up to 5 of
Yes.
public safety, public works.
Yep.
It's not like
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah.
$5,000 grant that's just given to
Yeah.
them because they're doing it.
Bethany?
Yeah, and Mayor and Council, we can take if you want, what I'm hearing is
Yeah,
direction on
staff doesn't
community
have to
event.
do anything.
Well, I was gonna say, we can take your direction on you'd want to recognize them as a community event, if that's where you're going right now, and just
They have to come
process
in
that.
and make a case.
Yeah, they need to
Yeah,
come in
they
and
need to,
present. Both
they need to
groups
come
do.
in and make a case. Staff doesn't have to do anything. Just let them know that they have the opportunity to come before us
Encourage
at a
them.
work session and make
it.
their case. So there's no staff work,
Yeah, okay,
except to share with them the policy.
that sounds good. Yep, I just wanted you to know if you
No,
were
no,
aligned
well, all
on
we're saying
community
is
event
no.
tonight, we
The
could
direction
move
is
it forward.
have them come make their case.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. They have to come and make their case. Okay? All right. So that's that. We okay with that? Clear? Okay.
Staff will connect with them.
Okay,
Give them
yeah,
the
both,
opportunity
both
to come speak
Pride
to
and
council.
Juneteenth. Okay.
There are no
Who wants to
reports.
go
There are
first?
no reports.
Pardon me?
I'll go first.
Okay,
Our CBB meeting was canceled this week, so there's no meeting until next week.
okay. Vince?
I have no reports.
Karen?
No.
Done.
None?
I have, but I'm not doing it at 10 o'clock at night.
I would be kicking you.
Wow, that's a first. Okay,
We'll wait till next month.
Oh, God.
okay.
Shit, it's gonna be twice as long.
I don't have anything. So a motion, we will now,
Motion.
no,
Second.
I am now adjourning our meeting by acclamation.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Okay,
Yes.
we are,
Yes.
we stand adjourned.